years in development, hopefully it will have been worth the wait. And my favorite class is the spy. 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 Gayband.com, 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 com. .com, gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. Gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. Welcome to Team Fortress 2. After 9 years in development, hopefully it will have been worth the wait. And my favorite class is the spy. 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 Gayband.com, 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 com. .com, gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. Gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. Welcome to Team Fortress 2. After 9 years in development, hopefully it will have been worth the wait. And my favorite class is the spy. 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 Gayband.com, 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 com. .com, gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. gayband.com, 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 gayband.com.
In a world where corporate interests seek to divide humankind for their own nefarious purposes, where political forces pit brother against brother in the name of social progress, where friends betray each other over one divergent word or thought, one man seeks unity through a shared love of PC gaming. He raises his golden chalice, its brilliant radiance emanating far and wide, a beacon to all who would seek refuge from the ever-present insanity of social media. He stands against the tides of internet-based hostility and defiantly bellows, "No more." Having placed his stake in the ground, he now seeks to build a PC gaming community free of politics, trolls, and toxicity, because you deserve a little slice of digital heaven right here on Earth. Devout PC gaming evangelist, blessed leader of the congregation, and savior of digital souls, his name is Cardinal Zin.
Yo, what's up everybody? Hello, 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 hello. Happy Thursday, friends. I hope you're having a great week and a great day. We are digging into more code today. I know it's been code. I am trying my best to get through a number of these things that I want to do, and I just want to reiterate what some of these are. We talked about this last night a little bit, but I want to show you what I'm looking at here. Let me show you. All right, so here they are. So basically, we've got this this donation bonus thing, where after you donate, it will add a damage multiplier to all enemies in the game world. Okay. So basically, whenever they hit you, they're gonna do more damage to you. And I'd like that to decay every minute by like a percentage point. Right now, what we've been working on is trying to store this information somewhere, so that this information is stored safely somewhere on the server, so that if the server has to reboot and it comes back up, that it's still in effect and it knows what to do. That's what I'm trying to do right now. We talked about some spawns and some hordes that we can implement, and so we got a number of those here. Let me just do this so you can see my face. So a horde of small bees, or whatever they're called, those things out in the desert that are really hard and annoying. I figure a horde of small ones of those, that would be crazy. Also, extremely small void eye, the horde of rats. Oh, one thing that I should mention is that when this damage increase thing happens, I do not believe it will happen. I don't believe that projectiles are impacted. So I gotta see how that works, because the game kind of views them as a separate thing. So I'm not sure if a projectile actually gets the damage boost or not. So we might have to like spawn in some bees and test that out today. We talked about a horde of small bees, one extremely small void eye that has high HP, a horde of rats, a large bear with high HP, spawning all the animals, Outlanders mob horde of some sort, Outlanders boss, like some sort of mini boss type thing, a golems maybe, a wolf horde. Down here we had some boss choices for werewolf, outlander, something really annoyingly small and crazy damaging bee thing. Yeti boss, Hedera, zombie aberrant, wraith, goblin duke, cave rex, Trork chieftain, Skarak broodmother. There are a lot of different options here. And then down here we've got enemy tints and glows, nameplates, the safe zone, exploding. Can we make that happen? World manipulation. So that would be like, making holes in the ground, or, you know, putting the character inside a prison of stuff. So that kind of stuff. You've missed only code, Zalex. You've only missed code. So speaking of missing, other people are going to be missing out while you make out. Because you just got 250 raffle tokens. Thank you for being here at the start of the stream, everybody. I appreciate you. That's right, we coding. And today I'm going to try to get some of these things actually implemented. So let's go take a look at this. Let's dig back in. Last night I kind of threw up my hands and capitulated. Needing a break. Fresh eyes today. We got some caffeine. I did some reading. I did some watching. Trying to learn a little bit more. So, I have not Zalex. So those won't go away until I do. So you'll be all set. You're not accruing anymore. Nobody's getting any more. They're not going anywhere. They're not being wiped out every week like the raffle tokens are. So you're good. You were afraid that you missed out on that. Yeah, no. It's all good. I even have the Steam Deck already here. It's actually been at my place for, geez, probably over a month now. Yeah, probably like almost a month and a half. So just chilling out, just waiting for the moment when the giveaway opens. We have a winner. So let's see. Let me do this. We're gonna go over to gaming today. Let's see. Okay, that's good. The only thing that I really need in here is I need my, hold on, we need to go back here. There we go. That's better. So we're just putting a little reference to that music there. Okay, so we got our code here. And I'm doing this just so that all the things work over here. You know? So just please let me know that you guys can hear this. Put that down below so that you can see it. Okay. You should have seen or should have heard that, yeah? I certainly hope so. Okay, cool. All right, then we're probably all set. Let me just move my X panel up here. This is probably where I'll be less likely to be in front of something. All right, so last night what we were trying to do is from our modify global entity damage command, I was trying to pass this value, this float in, put the value somewhere where it can be saved, right? And we created this myconfig thing. When the server starts up, it is now actually generating a configuration file. And if I open that up right now, where the heck is it? Server. Here it is. This is what I'm currently generating. Right? This is that's what's in there right now. Let me check the backup one. So it looks like it will not overwrite an existing myconfig. We're saving it, but it's not overwriting it. which is interesting. Now we need this to overwrite if we're going to have a chance, because we need to save that value, right? So this totally new message, this is what should have... Actually, hold on. I haven't run it yet. So hold on. Let me run it. Let me run this and see what happens. It may not even build depending on where we stopped last night. I kind of just like dropped everything that I was doing. I was like, okay, I'm done. I need a break. Okay, so the server just started. It does show that it just created a config. Yeah, right here. So this is what it says. It says 2:12 at 4:59 p.m. is the config file, and this is what it drops in there. So it definitely saved, but it did not save this. So this is because these are default values, I assume, and those will only appear if there is nothing in there for the value. So basically these will only be assigned to this initial configuration if there's nothing in there. So I want to try something. I'm just going to put in here February 12, because that's what today is, right? I'm going to save that. I'm going to stop that. And inside my JSON, I'm actually just going to erase that line. I'm going to erase that line entirely. This one for the sum string business. Actually, maybe that's why. Hold on. Some string, some string, some string, some string. No, I mean, some string, that's what it's writing. The whole... Yeah, okay. So let's start it and see what happens. I'm just trying to understand how the behavior of this works. Okay, it's up. And here we go. It says 5:01 it was generated. And there it is. Yeah. So it did put in the February 12 this time. Now, if I update this to February 13, just for shits and giggles, and then I run this again, I guarantee it will not update. Because I think, again, this being default values, it's saying that if there is nothing there for that value, it's going to put this in there. So it's not that it automatically overrides it every time. Forgot to look at the time. No going live message. Well, let's fix that, shall we?
Think big. Think positive. Fire. Never show any sign of weakness. Always go for the throat. Buy low, sell high. Fear, that's the other guy's problem.
What's up, Torontogosh? Yo, what up? Bro. Now, I was just about to do something. Here we go. Yikes. At everyone, stream is live. And has been for a few. All right. You got some cool news. Yeah, what's that, man? I like cool news. Your brother has been selected to be the stadium announcer for the World Cup at the stadium in Monterrey, Mexico. What? That's crazy, man. He's gonna be the stadium announcer at the World Cup? Like, hold on. When you say the World Cup, you mean like the finals? Like the very final game? The actual World Cup finals? Goal! Preliminary round games in Monterey. Well, that's super friggin' cool, man. Good for him. That is very cool. How interesting. That'll be fun for him. Very nifty. Are you gonna go down there and are you gonna be there for the game? Yeah, there you go. You might be taking a trip to Monterey this summer. Nice, man. That'll be great. As you can imagine, prices to get there are not the cheapest. But you gotta try to make it work. Oh yeah, because World Cup games? Sure. He doesn't get a comp? Lame. we you know, usually when you work a show, okay, which, let's be honest, a sports game of that caliber is a show, right? You usually get a comp, right? FIFA doesn't give a fuck about people to give them a comp. I mean, sure, because they know that they can get the money or anyways, right? What's up, Spaghetti Goblin? How are you? So I have all week been doing code. All week I've been doing code. It's been pretty crazy. But let me show you what we can do now. I can show you what we can do now. Just doing some physics homework. Nice, man. Nice. Let me show you something. Jeez, typing is hard. He's gonna comp his wife or his son. Oh, got you. You can get down there and have a hotel for about $2,400. Still a rather large sum. Yeah, that's... Oof. Damn, man. That's... Yikes. That's a lot. So, we can make large mobs now. As you can see here. We've got this giant undead chicken. Ah! Okay, so as you can see, it did about 20 damage to me. And if we open this up, you can actually see it literally at the bottom here. Undead chicken did almost 24 damage to me. Right? So basically at this point, I can go in here and with a simple command, I can actually make it so the mobs do like 100 more damage or however much damage more we want. And then I can spawn another one, just a regular one this time. Okay. So if he hits me, notice how much damage that did? It brought it all the way to the bottom. It's 100 damage per hit. Okay. 100 damage more per hit, I should say. And so right here, you can see Undead Chicken did 123 damage, almost 124. So we can do that. So we can affect the scale of a mob. We can affect the damage of a mob. I can spawn in a quantity of mobs. So for example, if I want to spawn in here, I could spawn in 5 of them. There we go. Just like that. And there's 5 that are spawned in. So that's pretty sweet. How do I move so fast in creative mode? B, builder tools, this thing here, movement speed. If you do go, you'd likely be seeing Japan play Tunisia. Oh, dude, that sounds crazy. VP, you're welcome, buddy. Yeah, sorry, I've been out all afternoon doing errands and stuff. I saw your message, though. So, yeah, not so good. Mostly because of weird syntax shit that I don't get with Java because it's so rigid, you know? Some static versus non-static classes and methods misunderstanding and stuff like that. Your best friend's wife here is Tunisian. They're crazy about soccer, LOL. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. I will never forget, like, one of my favorite moments was I was actually Voided, were you with me with this? Do you remember? Actually, you might have been with me. It was an izakaya. It was an izakaya, and I think it was... Dude, I can't remember where the frig it was. But it was like a standing room only izakaya, and there were some businessmen that bought us some like little appetizer, you know, like little foods or whatever, and we're having some drinks. And it was Japan and Germany, and I think it was like quarter or semifinals of the World Cup. Hold on. Yeah. So maybe it was maybe 2004? 2004, 3-0 German victory. That had to have been the game. Hold on. Yeah, that had to have been the game. I must have misremembered that it was like a semi-final or quarter-final or something like that, but that was the game. And I remember the businessmen were like, they were in their cups because Japan was getting their butt kicked so bad. Yeah, Japanese versus German matchup. Yeah, you're going back to the dark ages. I know. The thing that you remember the most about the Japanese fans is that they clean up after. That's right. They always like pick up the trash and yeah. Yep. Dude, it's like ingrained in their culture to be responsible to society. It's the exact opposite approach of American culture, you know, where it's like, I am the most important thing, and if you don't like the way that I am, well then you. I'm like, oh, okay. It's just like, it's so different. It's so different, you know? Yeah, that's some dark ages, right, VP? Yeah, you. So, yeah, Japan versus Germany. I remember that in an izakaya. And I think that you were there, Voided. I have fuzzy memories about this. But I remember being in there, and it was like, people were smoking, and it was like dingy and gross, and people were... The Japanese were thoroughly upset with every increasing goal. And I was like just trying to like make my way through and understand what the hell was going on, because it was my first ever time in Japan, you know. Hope you're having a decent day. I am, thank you very much. I hope you are too. How about that? So we are able to increase the scale of mobs, increase the damage of mobs globally, not on an individual basis yet. yet. We can spawn mobs now without having them go into a mesh. Like I can spawn right up next to this, right here like this, and it knows that 5 blocks out from me, or whatever distance it is that we have it set to, that is not an okay place to spawn out there, so it spawns it right next to me. It just walks it back until it can spawn it to me, you know, spawn it. So for example, if I do it here, it will still be right there. And if I back it up a little bit further, it will still be as far away as it can put it from me, up to the distance that I've specified, right? As long as it's clear. And if it isn't clear, if it is not clear, then it will literally like spawn it right on me. Like when I'm here, all 5 blocks in front of me are not viable to spawn on, so it will spawn it right on me. And so that helps a lot with just reducing the amount of, oh, hey, that spawned in the mesh. Sorry, guys. Let me give you a refund. That sucks, right? That just sucks. So I find that this will work for now. And yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to use for now. That's the funniest part about Japanese fans to you. They're so polite with cleaning after, but they're just as crazy as everybody else. Oh, absolutely. Fanatical, dude. Fanatical for sure. Okay. So we've talked about what we can do. We can do scale. We can do quantity. We've done some initial assurances to ensure that they don't fall through the mesh. Yeah, I think that's it for now, right? So we got like scale, quantity, the damage, right? So we can do all those things. Even with baseball, any game with Shohei Ohtani, yeah, dude, I'm sure. I mean, to be fair, he's pretty good, man. I mean, to be real, pretty damn good. I mean, I'd be psyched too if I were a Japanese fan. All right, let's go. Let me get rid of this. All right. Actually, I didn't need to do that. Okay. So, yeah, now what we're trying to do is we've got this configuration, and I just was doing some testing to kind of ensure or figure out how this behavior works with this information. So basically, we're setting up like this config file using this codec stuff that's built into Hytale to try to save some data relevant to the server, like outside of the server, or in a place that we can recall it. So that way, if the server crashes, when it reloads, we can load it up, right? So what we've found out is that these default values, literally, these will only write these values with these keys if there is nothing there. So if there's nothing there, it will do it on startup. Otherwise, it won't do anything, right? And again, that looks like this is because of our on boot business, maybe. Although, hold on, no, right here, config.save, right? So again, ensures the config file is created if it doesn't exist. So I shouldn't say if it doesn't exist. This is like generates a, this was something that they put in. So generates a config file with default values. If default values do not already exist. Because it won't overwrite. So if there's a different value in there, it won't overwrite it. Not with this, at least. With what we have over here. And actually, hold on. This config business is this up here. So I tried to do a little bit of reading and a little bit of watching last night with some tutorials and just learning a little bit more about static versus non-static and how all of that works. And And I think I get the basic gist of it, but it still doesn't make like implementing it really any easier for me in my mind. Ever since you did a clean install of your hard drive, you can't get your modded version Cyberpunk 2077 to run the way it used to. You took the mods out, did a clean install of the game and mods, but Red Mod just won't work. Huh. I don't know. Crazy. It's Friday. Yay. 18 hours of straight programming today. Oh, that's for you. Yeah, for you. He really needs to buckle down and do 24. Me or Voided or both. You remember going to a Cardinals game? Yeah, that's right. Cardinals game. Let's go. I'm biased. Okay. I don't know. I can't even name a single player on the team, but Cardinals, let's go. Where he was, which was basically empty. There was still a bunch of random Japanese people in the crowd. That's funny. That's really funny. Hold on. So yeah, I mean, this is gonna be tough. So let me pull up that information again. So where was it? Hytale mods, Hytale modding, config files. Hytale modding documentation. Git book. Server config. Content to be added. Okay, got it. Is there like a... Oh, custom config files. Here we go. Create the config class. Well, we have done that. Right? Let's take a look at that. My config right here. Yes, this all looks the same compared to this. This isn't the one that I looked at yesterday. You could do 24 hours, but you'll probably nap at some point, right? Before you did the fresh install, your game hadn't updated, and now it's a different version than you had before. It's been a thing with Fallout and Skyrim from time to time. That's true. If they just did like a recent update, it could be like a different versioning, right? That's always a pain in the ass. Let's be real. I would try just getting Cyberpunk installed and like the mod framework thing, Red Mod or whatever the hell it's called, get that running with like literally like no mods. Just like, does it execute? Because then you know that at least it's the basics are working, right? And then you can start adding in your mods. And there might be just one troublemaker in there. Who knows? You know? That's where I would start if it were me. I'd just like clear it all out, install the base game, install the modding framework that they have for you to play with, whatever the hell it is. And then that's it. Like, just make sure that the game opens up and runs. And if it does that, then you know that it's something with your mods. And if that doesn't work, then you know it's something with the framework. At least you found out some information. Okay, so they're saying here, configuration variable with the default value. Okay. A constructor. Empty constructor? Okay, that's what we have here. Yep. Okay. And then a getter methods. Sure. Setter methods. Sure. And then, okay, the codec builder. Yeah. That's fine. We don't need to understand that. What we need to understand is how, like, the saving part works. Good point. That's right. Get her. Get her done methods. Again, it's a public class. So this public static final Haven't thought about that dude in like a decade, dude. With any grace of God, we will not think about that dude for another decade. Okay. What was that dude's name? All right. So yes, it generates the config file. That's great. Config name is the first parameter to with config. That's not here. That's where it's like called out in the thing, right? It's right here. This multiple configuration values. Yeah, that's fine. Yes. Yes. Generated JSON. Accessing config values. Okay, here we go. So we want to do this from another class. Pass the config or specific values as parameters. Yes, that's basically what I want to do. Accessing the config values in my plugin class. So that's like, this is the base plugin class right here. So someone crashed into your car in the parking lot. You got to call the police and deal with that today. Oh no, dude. So hold on, like how bad? Are we talking like they bumped into your car and did some damage, or they like trashed it? And dude, nobody left a note? Nobody left information or anything? How very un-Japanese. Larry the Cable Guy. Probably some dirty foreigner. What the hell is that? The Japanese would never abide this. Nah, I'm sure there are just there are also scummy people in every country, right? Of every make, right? Some damn tourist. It was voided. He smashed into his own vehicle. He's reporting it. He's reporting himself. So, dude, that sucks, man. That really sucks. I actually went today and had my car inspected. Dude, an inspection and an oil change was $100. How crazy is that? An inspection and an oil change was $100. It's so insane, man. It's still drivable, but it needs a lot of body work done. Such a waste of time. It is, man. The worst kind of damage and the most annoying. Yeah. That sucks. I mean, that's crazy. They must have been drunk or something when they did it, huh? Gotta rent you a place with, Gotta rent you a place with some private parking, man. It was Gojira. Maybe. So, okay. There's this class, Feature Manager. Feature Manager, huh? Okay. With a double called Luck Chance. Public Feature Manager method, double luck chance is being passed through it, and then this dot luck chance equals luck chance. Okay, sure. So just like okay, I mean constructor type shit. And then there's a public void here, check luck. If math.random is less than luck chance, then do the thing. Feature manager equals new feature manager. This dot config dot get luck increase chance. I don't get it. And maybe voided. Maybe you can help me with this, buddy. This is where your Java knowledge will be supreme. Am I using ChatGPT? I am not. I'm using the official Hytale modding documentation. Well, no. Not official. Not official. Unofficial. A Git book of unofficial Hytale modding documentation. This actually is a new one to me. So, I'm actually going to share this with you too, Voided, just in case. I don't know. But, let's see. You can try and help, but you're cooking breakfast at the moment. Hey, no worries, man. So it's the kind of general questions about how to make this work. So I've got a command, right? And when it executes, what I want to do is I want it to take what I've passed through this command function, okay, which is being executed on this protected void execute function, okay. And basically what I'm doing is I want to take this global entity damage modifier that I'm getting. It's part of the command. It's an argument of the command. And then add that to my config. Basically set that in the config. So that way, if the server should stop and I have to restart the server or something, the value is still there and we can carry on like nothing happened. Again, this is for this ticking down thing. Like I'm gonna need to track like how many minutes are left or how, you know, what the multiplier is, you know. So my main class is out here, and basically I want this to happen when I run a command. So it's got to be inside here. So somehow I need to update this myconfig or the values of the myconfig class from inside this class. But the myconfig class, well, it does say that it's public. It's a public class, but it's not a static class. So I need to instantiate, I assume I need to instantiate it over inside this. I should send you the code and what I want to do. Okay, you got it. Let's see here. Given two classes. Hold on. It's hold on here. I'm just gonna send you everything but the imports, okay? Hold on. Almost there. Okay, sorry. I know this is like, there's a lot here, but basically what I'm saying is, so I've got the main plugin class and I've got the command class. Okay, when the command is executed, I want to take the argument from that command that I've passed through, which I've called past global entity damage modifier. And I want to save that, set it, or set the global entity damage modifier value of my myconfig class with that, if that makes sense. So when the command is run, I want to alter and set the values of this myconfig class. So basically, I would want to run, I assume, this setter from outside the class. And I don't know if I can do that. And again, this is a public, it's a public class. It's not static here. But all this, well, I won't say all of this, but this right here, the actual config where I'm building the codec, that is static. So it's like, I don't know. Like, I know this is like some wonky shit between static and non-static and being, you know, being able to access things from other places. And it's like, I get it. Like, if it's static, it's basically just one instance, like you said, a special instance of the class, and you're just modifying those values, right? In this case, I'm not quite sure, like this right here, this global entity damage modifier, it's a float. This float belongs to this myconfig class, right? And this is non-static. So I guess my question is, inside this command class, do I have to... That's JC. No, it's Spaghetti Goblin! Oh my god. You dirty son of a... You won! Just trying to get that working, you know? To be able to access it from outside there, if that makes sense. It's a lot, I know. But I think this is one of these lessons that I really need to understand too, because I'm gonna need to do this kind of stuff all over the place, right? One moment, chat. There we go. So just in case you're wondering, Hytale server is still up. Hytale server is still up, so you can go and play. Beauregard, what's up, man? Hello, hello. And again, I had to say thank you guys so much for your support during this week. I know watching me code is not the most entertaining thing in the world, but I guarantee when we're through all of this, the things that we're going to be able to create, this stuff right here, is going to be great. We're talking about bosses, a whole bunch of new spawns and hordes. We got like a cool like incentive for donating that adds a lot of fun to the server. And in the future is actually going to be a good thing for you guys too. Even though the monsters will be a lot harder, you'll be able to get card coins that you can use to buy stuff from an NPC in the church. That's the end game state of this, is what I'm hoping. Like, even if I have to use a placeholder like Quebec. So yeah. Let's see. I hope you weren't asking me anything. Can you use card tokens to mess the coding up? Over here today, you can. Yeah, so like this, you should be able to do like, like random things. Like this for me right now, it basically just put that to the back and now I'm looking at my game, flipping out. It's like I can't see my code at all. Yeah. So there will be things like that that you'll be able to do. Some of them might be a little weird and may not work correctly, but if they don't, I'll definitely issue a refund. But yeah, I know that you guys wanted, and sound effects and takeovers work over here too. All sound effects and takeovers. So that works.
Oh, whoops! Oh, I dropped my monster condom that I used for my Magnum Dom.
Come quietly or there will be trouble.
All right. So Voided, this was the question. Try to make this as succinct as possible. In my command class, when the commands are executed from chat, I want to take the value that is passed through that command, which is the global entity damage modifier, right? Which I call this past global entity damage modifier. And I want to take the value of that and set it, set it as the global entity damage modifier of this my config business. That's what I want to do. If that makes sense. And ideally what we want to do is right after it's set, we're going to want to write it back onto the config file too somehow. I'm not sure how we do that yet, but one step at a time. Which part am I stuck on? Basically, it's like, how can I set this value of the myconfig class from out here in this? And my thought is, this is not static, so I can't just be like myconfig dot set global entity damage modifier equals whatever. I can't do that, right? Because it's not static. This class is not static. So I assume that when I'm over here, I need to instantiate the myconfig somehow. Does that make sense? Am I on the right track here? I have to do something like myconfig updated config equals new myconfig. Something like this. Oh, Jesus. Right. I'll need an instance of this class in my command class. Okay. Surya. Okay. So, like, there it is. So, instantiate the myconfig class so we can access it. Right? Or access a copy of it. And then we would do like updated config dot set global entity damage modifier and then put in past global right here. So then it will be set. Right? I mean, I'm kind of doing this myself here, just talking through it and using my little rubber ducky here. So set of my config class to the value past the float value passed through this command. That was way delayed. Sorry. Way delayed. Surya, hi. Happy Thursday. Right? So we've instantiated. We've now set this. Now the question is, how the hell do we get this config to write again? There was like a .save function. Where is it? Actually in the base class here. There's this config.save, which will generate a config file with the default values, but we're not talking about default values. I just want it to override. So what other things can we do with this? Let's see. Override, preload, can we append, or there's save? I don't know. Like, what other options do we have? With config, plugin API. Load? Load, huh? Get, save. That's what we're already doing. We're saving, right? But again, that only does the actually, maybe hold on. Maybe let's just look at that save function real quick, right? So if this config equals null and this .loading config equals null, then config is not loaded. This is bson util write document. This .path, this .codec, encode this .config, new extra info. Extra info. Well, you know what? Hold on. Let's just... Can I just get this to... Can I then do save the config? And we just do like my... what was that? Updated config. What was that? Updated... Did you see that? Updated config? Oh, that's the that's the name of the freaking variable that I have for this. Updated config dot I thought it was a method for update config. So this is the config, and then we do save. Is that a thing that we can do? We don't even have access to that because why? Hold on. We have access to it out here because we've done this way. This dot with config. This is final. Do we need this to be final? Maybe, hold on. Can I... Should I be doing that this way in here? This is a public final... I mean, okay. So if that already exists, but it's final, so we can't change it, right? So my question is, does it need to be final? Is it required to be final? Like, does the world end if I do that and change that? With config. What is this with config business? This dot with config. It's the only place it shows up. So we've instantiated the myconfig class so that we can access a copy of it. Myconfig updated config equals new myconfig. Hold on. Let me get out of that so we're not having like two different styles of music here. There we go. That's a little less dissonant, eh, chat? You know, Surya, happy Thursday to you too. One more day left in the work week for y'all. Yeah, cannot resolve this. I can't do a dot save. Create method save in myconfig. More dissonant, please. Dare I ask how the coding is going? Well, I'm starting to get there, Nerp. So I definitely read up a lot on static versus non-static last night, and I was able to identify that we would need to instantiate the myconfig class out here to get a copy of it, right? So I've created an instance of it called updated config, and then I've been able to set the value with what I passed through the command. So that's better than last night already. So basically we now have a new instance of the myconfig class that we've set the global entity damage modifier of. But now we need to, I assume we need to rebuild that codec and then save it. And I'm not sure how that all works. So like out here, they had this public static final builder codec myconfig. And again, this right here, I don't know that I'm understanding this. A builder codec object with myconfig as the contents. Like this is like a list. This looks like a list to me, like the format of this code. Right? Usually that's what this is, but I don't think that's what this is. I think it's like other more generic objects. Your son took your phone and started watching speedruns. Oh no. He's gonna be a games done quickly, bro. Oh no. Oh no. You don't need to touch the codec stuff. That's not for you. I mean, well, it kind of was, right? That's where we initially built it, right? Our global entity damage modifier, like the default, it defaults to 1, right? And then in here, whatever the sum string was. This is just a test. And then we built it out, right? So we're appending that information and building this codec so that it can be written or whatever. So I don't know. That tells Hytale how to serialize for you. Okay, so it just needs to be done once. Is that what you're saying? Once it knows that these, like, memory addresses have been reserved or whatever, you know, for that there's going to be this type of a value in there waiting for it, we're good. It's like okay, got it. So over here, I instantiated and I set the value to what I wanted it to. Now I need to make the config save again. But when I do this, I get this issue and it says that I don't have a save method here. But in the base class, and I'm assuming it's because I have this here, and I'm not fully sure what this is and what this .withconfig means even. I am able to do it down here. Config.save. Right? IDE error occurred. Uh-oh. Shouldn't that config be a component? Then you add and ensure that component on a player? No. No, because this is server information. So this is like we're doing like a config file on the server. So it's not like data on the player. This is like global server information. So it's like when a mod comes with like a config file and you're like, okay, this is the multiply the loot mod. Okay, well, here's my config file. The default is 1.0. Well, before I load up my server, I'm going to make that 5.0 so that I get 5 times as much loot. Run the server, and now, boom, I'm getting 5x loot. Right? That's what this is. But basically, I'm using that as a way to save this information outside of the game. Right? You're not sure how Hytale wants you to store more general info yet. Did you explore just storing and loading from a local JSON file? Kind of. Kind of. So when I did, I mean, I don't know. We didn't really go like super in depth on it. And again, there are no real... Let's put it this way. I searched in the modding forums to find out how people were storing JSON programmatically. And no one is doing it. Or at least nobody's talking about it. When JSON comes up, it's just always in the context of, oh yeah, you can edit the JSON to do whatever you want with this entity or this weapon or whatever, right? Like you would through the built-in asset editor. And that's not what we want. It's like, it's not a static thing that you're doing manually. It needs to be done programmatically. So there is, what I do know is that there's BSON. BSON is something that they use, apparently. And again, I don't know what the difference is between BSON, GSON, and JSON, but you saw some JSON loading examples in the tutorial you were going through. GSON is just Google JSON. It's like some sort of standard or something. JSON Derulo. So again, we already have this information saving. Like it saves when, like, this works already. This config file, it works. And if you think about it, it is a server configuration. We are saying to all of the mobs across the board, you're getting this much of a multiplier. That is a server configuration. And if the server goes down, I just want it to be able to recall that information. That's why we're doing all this. So that if it's like 7:58 and my scheduled restart is at 8 o'clock and somebody drops a donation that, boosts up that multiplier, that after we restart the server, like it's still there, like wherever it is in that counting down process. I ask for too much. All I want to do is take what I have in my instance, my config, and then resave it to where it is. It's crazy, right? It's a crazy thing that I ask. But so you can see it's here. We've got the instance. We've updated the setter, right, with the information that we want. And now we just need to make it do the actual writing again, right? He doesn't know any of this. You need to go into painstaking detail, like JSON is a JSON handling library by Google. No, I get that. I get that. Just do a for loop, creating multiple copies of my config with no exit criteria. My config 1, my config 2, my config 3, my config 4. What's the worst that could happen? Right? Writing to a local file might be the easiest way to at least move forward. Well, I tried to do I looked up a JSON file writing example and tried to do that, and nothing happened. It did nothing. Like on my local dedicated server files and structure, it did zip. But I mean, it's likely that I could have done it wrong. I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, if you have a mod that is able to have write access to, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. That doesn't seem right. Isn't that a security vulnerability? I mean, I guess this is also writing access, like with the builder codec business, but you could manually create it. Pull in the libs and do it. You already read and write from a local file for Archon config. Right. Right. Okay, so, okay. So, no, wait, with JSON? Dude, if you have that, will you send me a code snippet of like the bare bones? Just like, this creates a file. This writes a file. Like, you don't have to do anything other than that. Like, what is an example of what makes this code write a file? Because I used a code snippet the other day of JSON and to what I thought would write JSON, and it did nothing. It did zero. Because that's all we want. Okay, hold on. Let's do this. That's it, huh? File. Wait, hold on. And when we say file, hold on. What type of file are we talking here? Because there's like 18 different types, right? File equals new file, sure. The location, which is gonna be let's see here, hold on. How do we get the base? Path name D's nuts. That's right. Like, if I just do okay, hold on. So, are you you're literally using this? Oh, you can't see that pop up. Public class file.
Jonathan Coke is firing
whoa,
a
no,
10-second
hold on.
ping-pong ball volley.
No!
Fire. Fire.
No, right in the neck. Oh,
Fire.
in the head. Oh my God. Because I'm seeing like there's some crazy shit out there for like JSON file writer Java. Like you didn't create like the file writers, did you? There's like a built-in JSON utility. That's what I'm trying to confirm. Well, there's file writer. File util, just file. I guess that's for all your file needs. BRB, you got it. JC, how you doing today, man? You're okay, man? It's been busy AF this week with work. Dude, that's craziness. Do you need to import anything to have that function? Well, it is like there's just this Java IO file, which I mean IO, right? Makes sense. But I think maybe file is like the all-inclusive. Like it does all the things, maybe? I just got it commented out now, but if I do this, I just wonder, like, path name wise, how do I get, I mean, can I be explicit and literally tell it exactly where I want it? Hold on. If I do this and drop that in there, is it going to do the thing? Will it do the thing? And the thing is, I don't even know. So this is going to be a new file called file.json, I'm assuming. So it'll be in here and it'll just be called file.json. You know, let's just try this shit. Hold on. Save, stop. Let's run it. And then I'll go run the command and see if anything breaks. It's not on a cloud server. It's on my local dedicated. But I understand what you're saying. There's got to be like some sort of like way to get root directory, like a ... or something, or something like that. All right, so that's all I wanted to do is save this friggin' value and then be able to recall it later when we want it. That's all I want, man. It shouldn't be that hard a thing. It's literally one float. That's all we're asking for right now. All right, so basically what this happens when I set the damage modifier So let's set the damage modifier to 5. Okay. Here we go. Did anything break? Well, nothing was written. Where I said write it, nothing was written. But maybe it's because we have to define a file name too. So let's try that next. Maybe it literally has to be like Carman slash file.json. Something like this. Although, hold on. So, okay. Basically, I need to save data and recall data like for the server. Like for like a global situation. So basically like well, there weren't any errors. Let's see here. Hold on. Let's see. Booted server. We did the thing. Hold on. I logged on. Okay, set up. Missing interaction effect. I'm not sure what that is. Adding player. There it is. Added player. Player joined the world. Generated the map. Yeah. We did this. That's like, that always happens. I did the command. Okay. There was no problem. I did the command. And then it didn't do anything. I mean, there's no debug here for it. But I can do this. I guess we can just add a debug message, right? So, hold on. How do I want to do this? I guess we could do that. Git logger at level. Plugin base, huh? Hold on, let me see if this will work. Can I put this in here? We just need to import the method. Hytale logger. There we go. Yep, okay, that's all it wants. All right, got it. So this is attempting to write file. Attempting to write file completed. All right, so we'll know. And again, I don't know if this will work or not, but we'll see. So this is, it says here it's never used. So basically, maybe I'm just instantiating this file. And because we never write it. File.write. Can write. Wait, can write. Yeah, sometimes it needs to change once per minute, basically. In some cases, it will need to be written and overwritten once a minute. Get absolute file. Create new file. Can write, can read. Get path. Is absolute. Is file. Okay. List files. Okay, so set readable, set writable. Like, how do we write to this? You can just peek and see how they're doing it. Peek and see how they are doing it. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Voided. And probably because of the methods that I use, Voided, probably not, I don't think. Unless I'm decompiling some external stuff. All right, hold on, let me... No. I am the Archon now. All right.
Jonathan Coke is firing a 10-second ping pong ball volley.
No!
Fire.
No good!
Fire. Fire. Fire.
Hold on. Yeah, it's weird too, because this is just expecting one. Oh, okay. Yeah, so there's a path name. String parent, string child, file, parent, string child. All right, well, let's try this, I guess, again. And this time I'm actually going to go into that location. I'm going to generate the JSON beforehand. Which may be bad. I don't know. We'll try it with and without it generated to see if there's any result. even is this? So this is the JSON element. Yeah, this example is making it really hard to understand what data is. What's up, Isaiah? How you doing? Hey, I am having a great day, man. I hope you are too. Yeah, we're plugging away at some code for Hytale. It's been a very deep learning experience for me. You're sick. Oh, I don't like that. I'm sorry. Not anything too serious, I hope, man. And I hope you get better soon. Hope you feel better soon, man. Learning is nice. Learning is very nice. Yeah, I'm trying to learn how to use this crap, man, and it's just brutal. JSON to JSON. This is expecting a JSON element. This is to JSON, string to JSON, JSON element. No, sick is in slang for good. Oh, got you. It's like, dude, I'm sick. It's like, oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. You know, it's like people, Isaiah, you know how people are. You know, they come in and they trauma dump. It's like, hi, how are you? And they're like, oh, everything is terrible. The world is disintegrating beneath my feet. I currently have lupus and also am a leper at the same time. It's very rough. It's very rough for me. I was born with glass bones and paper skin. My dog died. My wife left me. All of my children died in a countryside fire. One day after another, 3 days in a row. Well, you know how it is, man. It's like people come in and they tell you their like crazy, like terrible life story. Bro, welcome to Twitch. Welcome to Twitch, right? So I was like, oh, well, that's not really trauma dumping. That's relatively tame. I'm like, okay, well, sorry, man. Sorry you're not feeling good. Hopefully, you know, we can give you a little relief by doing whatever the hell we're doing here. So the way that I always look at my stream is like a nice outlet for people to kind of like shelve all that shit, you know, whatever they're dealing with. I just don't know what to put in this fucking field here. Like, what do I put in this? It's literally saying that, okay, to JSON.
Coke is firing a 10-second ping pong ball.
We got a JSON writer, which we have.
Fire. Fire.
You trauma dump with ping pong balls. That's right. You do. That's certainly better. This guy is a Magic the Gathering trauma dumper. That's right. The game is trauma enough. Only after you buy a pack of boosters and you don't pull any of the chases. Nothing good. All right, so it wants a JSON element. Well, I mean, I don't have one yet. I haven't written anything. Like, this is the initial write. Let's see. Ensure the data object has proper getters. So in this case, they're using a hash map. Did I get it to right? No, not yet. What I'm trying to figure out is what this is. It's a JSON, like in the definitions here for this function, it says JSON element, JSON writer. I got the writer, right? Now I need a JSON element, but I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't written anything yet, so I haven't defined anything yet. So I'm trying to figure out that part. Essentially, you want to craft the default JSON config there by making a JSON object and using functions to add each data type and its value. Right, so I'm looking at something like this. You know, like this was an example. So I guess we can get rid of this, right? Again, I'm just gonna do this as a test. All right, well, let's try this. And again, this should only happen when we execute this command. So we'll see how this works. All right, let's run it now. The nostalgia feels a little ruined sometimes. You know, man, Isaiah, you know how I got into Magic, man? This was back in the 90s, okay? I don't know if you're old like me, but in the 90s, there was a place called Electronics Boutique. And that place, the place that I'm talking about, was before them. It was called Software Etc. Okay, Software Etc. I was in that place. They had almost the beginning. The game was 15 months old, right? So I went into that place and I bought a SNES game with some trade-in credit. And back in those days, it was use it or lose it. So they'll give you trade-in credit, but they didn't have like a way to carry a balance. So you either used it right then and there on the spot or it was gone, right? And I had like 13 extra bucks and I picked up a starter deck for 3rd edition. It was a 3rd edition starter deck, brown box. I think it was $7.99. I think it was $7.99. So I got that. And that's how I got started in Magic. And basically, I started with 3rd edition and I played a lot. I bought a lot of cards. And by the time that it was like halfway through Ice Age, I quit. I thought Icy Manipulator, Royal Assassin, and Millstone meta bullshit was ass. I'm like, this sucks. I hate it. All right, so let's try to set this damage modifier to 2. We crash. We did not crash. Attempting to write file, attempting to write completed in the log. Okay, so it did execute that code. Let's see if it exists, chat. Is the file actually there? There it is. Server mods, my thing. File.json. Holy shit, it's there. Holy it's there. So it did actually write those files or those values. Okay. So now how can we load them? Also, I should probably turn this into like a proper like class and function so that I can utilize them elsewhere. Yo! What the frick, man? Holy crap. You know, it may not catch me off guard that often anymore, right? Or I may not fall for it too much these days, but it still is loud as hell. No band cards generally. I hate multiplayer because people get all butthurt when you play land destruction. Take that, eardrums. That's right. Competitive 1v1 is cooler. Dual commander. No multiplayer. Only one-on-one, eh? So actually, the most recent time that I played Magic, it was Commander. It was Commander. And I'm trying to think who my commander was. She was like some paladin chick. I don't even remember what version of Magic it was. Like this, it wasn't that long ago. It was maybe within the last 3 to 4 years. But yeah, the game has changed a lot. I did buy a bunch of the Final Fantasy cards though, Isaiah. Okay, so hold on a second. Global entity damage modifier, and then that should be good. Data put, yes. What will that actually put there, I wonder? Hold on. Trying again real quick. Yeah, some judge after a GP vowed he'd never play EDH with you exactly, or after that exact line. And maybe this casual format isn't for me. Got you. You made a land destruction deck just so that you could beat people who played it. Mill or counter decks. It was pretty mean. Just played Crucible of Worlds. Everything has a counter in Magic. That's right. Everything has a counter in Magic. For me, the counter against me in Magic is the money. The money. Let's see here. It's an expensive hobby if you're not playing with proxies. Changes to 3. Okay. Checking my files. Nice. Look at this, chat. All right. Okay. So do I want to make a separate command for this? Because this is like the global damage. This is for every mob in the game. So, and it's a multiplier for every mob in the game. So do we want to make a separate command that, like, I don't even know how to do this. Like, we obviously need to have some sort of asynchronous function that is counting down some amount of time, some interval, and then doing the thing. And in this case, doing the thing is reducing that multiplier. So it's like somebody donates, it sets...
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
Charlie, you... All right. So it sets the initial multiplier, and then every minute it goes down by 0.01. Right? That's what we want to happen. So that's obviously something that happens. It has to happen asynchronously, right? We're not going to be like holding... We're not going to hold up everything that happens on the server for 30 minutes. That scared the fuck out of me, says Spaghetti Goblin. Did you just shit yourself? Asking for chat? Maybe I should start calling you Shat now, huh? Asking for chat? You could record the time and update with the difference every time you use it. The thing is, how do I know when to use it? Right? So like, this is really cool because it overwrote everything. So now let me, actually, let me just quit out one more time. And I'm just going to change this to like a... Actually, you know what? I didn't even have to do that because I can just change it on the fly. And let's see what it does to the file. Hold on. I'm just going to reconnect. So if I change this to 4 right now, and I've got the file open right now, I want to see. Close it and reopen it. And sure enough, it's 4. And there's no extra data. It's just updating. So basically, if it's now 4, and then in a minute, it's going to be 3, and then in a minute, it's going to be 2, or whatever the amount that it comes out. It'll be like, you know, whatever. 0.01. Decrementing by 0.01 every minute, right? Interesting. So if we're doing that, and that's being captured there appropriately, I guess the question is, how in the hell? Hold on. So in our function, this is execute. Do we know if this is synchronous or asynchronous? And if this is synchronous, can we still call an asynchronous function from inside it? Dude, my brain is hurting. My brain hurts so bad. I'm such a little newbie coder and it just hurts. Everything hurts. Everything is learning something new. Every single thing. All right. So, basically what I want to happen is I want this to happen every single time. Okay. Every single time that we decrement, this needs to happen. Right? And this value needs to go down. So it's like, instead of writing, your brain is like your body at the gym. It's great. So speaking of the gym, dude, the gym called me today. They're like, hey, we thought you'd be coming back. And I'm like, yeah, man, the change of plans. Change of plans. They're like, okay, understandable. Like, when you can. I'm like, yeah, when I can, I will. But yeah, it's pretty rough. I felt bad. And the thing is, they had the nice old lady call me. It wasn't like the trainer guy. It was like the super nice old lady. So I had to tell the super nice old lady no. Like, brutal. Does the gym let you pause membership fees? Well, technically no. But they didn't charge me to cancel. And the other thing is, I realized I never signed the paperwork. It was literally sitting in the back seat of my car, unsigned. So I don't think they could enforce a cancellation fee, even if they wanted to. I don't think so. I didn't sign any agreement. So, again, I wouldn't want to have to go down that route. I hope they certainly aren't going to be like, you know, coming after it or whatever. I did tell them, I said, you know, once I, yeah, I will. But this is like a local, it's a local place, and they're really, it's like a little mom and pop gym. It's not like some big place. So the way that I see it is that, I told them, you know, once I can afford to do so, I'd like to come back at least just as a regular member. I don't know if I'll continue my training, because that was pretty expensive for a while. You know, it's like for personal training, that was like 5 times what the normal gym membership fees were. It was very nice, but, and it was a really great way to keep me motivated and keep me in there until I hurt myself. You know, now my body's on the mend. I'm feeling much better. My back is better. My knee is better. I've been doing my squats every day. And actually, the ping pong balls help.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
Why are you like this? Why are you like this? I am ready to re-up on dog bites, says Dr. Mario Kart, right? Well, you think about it. Between the dog bites, the furnace exploding, and just the general, like, unexpected costs of owning a house now, especially the heat. The heat is insane in this place. It's like double what I had budgeted for. That's the crazy part. So I'm like, yeah, that's not happening right now. Like, I basically just told them, like, nope. Mountain Man is out of town for work for the night. So you're busy with the kids currently, but you'll be back. All right, sounds good, Kristen. I hope everybody's doing well. Spaghetti Goblin said, ooh, that's rough. Yeah. Oh, you didn't... Have you heard about the furnace exploding, Spaghetti Goblin? It's a real good one. I was literally... It was the last day of the subathon. And I was sitting here and I was like, what the hell is that? And it smelled like crazy... like snowmobile exhaust. Right? And... basically, the whole furnace just exploded out, soot and oil all over the basement. Terrible. I had to get a guy to come out on an emergency basis because it was a super cold night. Come out and clean it and fix it. And they got chat redeemed IRL Fields of Flame. They were on step 1. They just needed to light a spark, right? Light a match. You're being forced to watch Mickey Mouse Clubhouse for the 87th billionth time. 87 billionth time. It's fine. It's probably fine. You'll be fine. So when he left, he did a efficacy test, like efficiency test on the furnace. And he's like, so even after cleaning this and fixing the nozzle and getting it to like basically the best that this thing is going to get, you're at 60% efficiency. Which most, like if you get a new cast iron boiler, they run at about 90% efficiency. A brand new one. So it's like, that's a huge efficiency hit. And he's like, you might see an increase in, or like an increase in the temps. And I will say, it might be that it's not as cold recently, but like I'm not constantly complaining about how cold it is in here. Right? So yeah, so there's a thing called Efficiency Main, Spaghetti Goblin, and what they do is they give you like a very low cost long-term loan to update your utility stuff. So if you replace like an oil burning furnace like that with like a full heat pump setup, you can get like a really decent deal on financing. Something like 7% over 10 years. Which is, I mean, really, that's not that bad given the rates these days. But I could get a HELOC for less than that, I think. You know what I mean? So if I'm going to do it, then I'm probably going to do it through a HELOC. But I don't know. I'm going to try to just wait it out through the spring and see where we land. But yeah, heat pumps are definitely a thing. But if I get heat pumps, then it's a lot more electricity. So I'm thinking to myself, well, do I just bite the bullet, take out some of the equity that I have and get like get the heat pumps and get like like solar array, basically. Like just do it all now and try, because the one thing that does suck is like the cost of energy is only going up, right? It's only going up. And with AI, I think it's only going to continue to go up. I think it's just going to go up and up and up and up and up and up. And if you don't have control over your own power, generating your own power on your own property, you're just kind of basically at the whims of whatever happens in the market. I don't know. And these solar panels, a lot of them last a long time now. Like some of them last 30, 40 years now, if you get the right types. You had a couple of decks that people just hated playing against. Winter Orb. That was the one that was a pain in the ass. You also had a deck called, what color was that? That was a blue-white deck with every color land type screw card at the time. You used Magical Hack and Sleight of Mind to change the cards to whatever the opponent was playing. That sounds annoying. That sounds very annoying. Dude, this is why I hate blue. I hate blue because it's just mind f***y, right? You went ahead, you signed off on your solar panels. They'll be installed soon. Dude, that's epic. You have to apply for it and wait. Yeah, so there was a rebate up until the end of this last year for those NERPs. I'm aware of. Can you build a nuclear reactor for my house? Sure, let's go. Just a small one, though. Just a baby one. Don't skimp on the control rods, okay? We don't want any accidents. Right? Lots and lots of control rods, all right? Blue is mean. Yeah, blue is mean. There are no brakes on this reactor design. You know what? I guess all nukes, no brakes. Let's go. I got your freaking control rod right friggin' here. Don't make me pull out Frankie. I will. Don't make me. Black and white is your favorite combo, huh? You think they restarted it because you know someone that just got it this month? But maybe they applied last year? Ooh, got you. Yeah, and I do know it was 8K. But the thing is, NERPs, you have to completely replace your existing system. I might be able to use the old one as a backup, like a so-called backup system or whatever. But I don't know. Very, very interesting, though, to think about. That's right, Spaghetti Goblin. Your last deck you really liked was a red goblin build. Those are fun. I like the little token decks, the themed token decks. Like there was a person I knew that made a cat deck, and all their tokens were like cats and little cat, cards. I like, even if you lose, I think it's just fun to play a deck like that. You have a black-white vamp deck that's a lot of fun. You love the suicide life gain stuff. Downside of that is you'd probably end up wasting a lot of oil unless you got a whole different tank. It'll go bad after so long. Yeah, like you said, the oil is like it's really like just a backup situation, right? And then, I mean, after so long, it just is no longer usable, right? It's like it goes bad. Yeah, so I don't know how feasible that is as a backup. You know? I don't know. It leaves a lot to be thought about. I really want to look at how much that would cost and what the payments on a HELOC of that nature would be. Because even if it brings down like my utility bill, like let's say $100, because right now I pay $300 a month for power. And this is in the winter. When it comes to the spring and I'm using like AC, dude, it's going to be like a $400 bill for power. Make it make sense. You know, so I mean, if I can be generating my own power, that would be good. The only downside is for me as a streamer, all my power is consumed in the evening. So I really would need like a battery system. So I get it during the day, save it during the day, use it during the night. Right? That adds more cost. So, I mean, if you're talking about like full heat pumps, solar to run them, and a battery to run these crazy high-powered PCs all day and all night, dude, I mean, I'm going to have to get a huge system. What about efficiency improvements like new windows? I looked at new windows. I got a quote on 2 new windows from Renewal by Anderson. And basically, they quoted me $7,500. $7,500 for 2 windows. And I was like, go f yourself. You're going to need a load of solar for that in your latitude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I almost wonder if... Man, this is why, like, when I was looking at property, I wanted to, I was considering maybe getting property that had a, like some sort of stream or something that ran through it to see if I could harness some of the hydropower. But, for the price and the panels, the ancillary shit, and an electrician for grid tie-in. Yeah. Yeah. It's expensive. Your coworker got quoted $6K for 2 new windows. That's so insane. Like the cost of the windows themselves is literally $1,500 total. And then they're charging you like they were going to charge me $6 grand for service. 4 times the cost of materials. That's insane. Usually that's a 1-to-1, right? Like that's the expectation that I have when I get any sort of like service like this. Whatever the stuff costs, the service is usually about the same price. Right? I think that's very reasonable. But $7,500 for 2 windows, that ain't it. At that point, I might as well try to replace them myself. You know? Okay, so, this is working, right? So we'll just update this to 5 and then go check it. And here it is, file.json, and this is what that's what it had in there, minus that one single quote at the end. So that was through Home Depot, who then dispatches Renewal by Anderson to your home to give you a quote. Now, I have talked to local guys that did the floors, and they did a lot of stuff. They built a staircase for me. They did the floors. They fixed up some little things here and there. There is one window that I had that was leaking, basically. There was a fear that it was leaking, and they removed some trim rot and retaped it and everything and made sure that it was nice and dried in, you know? But this is just a temporary measure until they can replace the window for real, because that's the game plan. But that's $2,500 for the one window. And that still seems high, to be fair. Because a window's like $800, right? It's like $800. And then to install it, I mean, I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy to me. It's still very high. It makes me want to try to do it myself. Like, I have one in one of my bathrooms that could stand to be replaced. It has a very terrible draft coming off of it. And I might, you know, in the warmer climate, I might give that a shot. You have to consider that it's usually more of a pain in the ass than you'd think. It's like doors. Nothing is ever square, and it just takes a lot of work to get it just right. Yeah. Let's get the window crew together, fam. Let's go. You gonna come up, Dr. Mario Kart, and help me put this window in? Let's do it. We're live streaming it. Let's go. Nothing is ever square. And that's the truth, man. So I have like doors that they don't even sit well in the, you know, in the actual stopper or whatever you want to call the door stop, or not door stop. What do you call it? Where you pull the door and it actually closes it, catches it from like just swinging open again. It's so loose in there that like the cats, they literally, like Samson can go up to the door and put his paws on the door and it will just swing open. Like just that little bit of weight. That's all it needs to like swing the door open. Thankfully that room is just for storage, but still. So this is doing what I want it to do. Now the question is, how do we do things every once in a while? Whether it's, we wouldn't do like ticks, I don't think. Unless are the ticks regular? Your last house was an old carriage house from the 1920s that had been added on to by some dude in the 50s, and you could very visibly tell. Got it. Like the little spring nub doesn't even reach the latch hole. Basically, Nerps. Like it's just big, you know, like if there's that hole and there's the little, you know, spring latch, it will hit the strike plate. That's what it is. It hits the strike plate and it just barely catches on the edge of it. So like even just a little weight, it just goes whoop, and it just breaks open. You know, like, you don't even, you could literally just go like this, like just a little push and it's open. It's like so loose in there. So I think what I need to do is I need to go up to where the latches are, or the hinges are rather, and like kind of force those out a little bit more so it sits more tightly. We'll see though. Sketchy. Okay. So this does what I want it to do, man. It's writing the value. Now we need to continue to drop the value by 0.01 or by whatever value we decide. And there also could be a thing where it's a delay of X minutes. So if you think about it this way, hold on. So if we're looking at it this way, and I'm just gonna use this little bit here, for this modifier, we need to know the damage multiplier, right? We need to know the damage multiplier, float damage multiplier. We need int delay in minutes. So that's like how long before it starts ticking down. Like that's your, up here, that's this part. The 5 minutes after dono, like you enjoy 5 minutes at full strength and then it slowly ticks down, right? So we need that delay in minutes. And then the other thing that we need is, what is it? Oh, the decrement amount. And that'll be a float as well. And that is how much are we decreasing it by every time we do the thing. I guess we could actually, so the decrement amount, and then we could also do this too, and that is, I'm not sure what it will be, what object type it will be, or primitive type it would be, but basically, how long, or like the interval length. So that would be like probably in seconds. Interval in seconds. So basically, that's probably an int, right? So basically we're saying every 60 seconds, okay? Every 60 seconds, after our initial delay in minutes, so after 5 minutes, every this many seconds, we are going to decrement this amount from the initial damage multiplier. Maybe this is a separate function altogether without that. It's just the delay in minutes, this and that. There is an alternative system with no ticking, so it wouldn't have to save a file every tick, but it would take more logic programming. So I want to know, like, how do they do like sleep? Like sleep slash timeout slash, I don't know what you want to call it. Sometimes it's like, holy shit, what do you call it? Like delta time? Delta time, sleep, timeout. There's something like this. Let me go take a look. Dude. So is it just ticks? And is ticks actually proper time? How many ticks per second do we have? That's what I really would like to know. Isn't 30 the default? Who cares if it's proper time? You can just check system time if you have to. Spaghetti Goblin says exploding behaviors. Yeah, that's right. So this is all the stuff that I want to implement, right? So we're working on this thing right now, up here. So we're working on this stuff, which, I mean, so far is fine. This right here is what we're working on. Right now, we're working on this part. Reduces by 1% every minute. That's really the part that we're working on. Trying to figure that out. So we could just do system time. Can I get the system time? Let's see. All right, here's somebody who put some code in here. Check this out. So on the world thread, the delay is how many seconds, or I guess it's whatever you specify in that third argument, right? Let's see if I can get this running. The thing of it is, like, how heavy is that going to be to keep it running in the background? Okay, so we need to turn this shit into a function. All of this right here. This all needs to be a function, right? And this too. I guess this data put initial set initial global entity. Oop, you can't even see this. Sorry, chat. Write the value. So this is what happens. This is what happens when we run the command. We set the we set this up and we write the value to JSON, right? So this is kind of like the initial, but this initial needs to trigger a function that does this check every minute and decrements down until this equals 1.0f. Did I fill out my TPS reports? I did not. Thankfully, it's only Thursday for me, you time traveler. I still have time. I'm not going to work this weekend. What was the boss's name in that movie? Lundberg? Lundberg? Was that dude's name? You call the police. You'll have to call. They're going to be like, oh, this guy again. Oh, man, not this guy again with the cat. What a boss-like name. I don't know. What was his name? I thought it was Lundberg. Maybe I'm wrong. You wanted to talk to them before you were drunk. Yeah, I guess so. That's probably for the best. They might not believe your story if you're inebriated. Is this the same police station with the cat, though, Voided? Now you have the opportunity to do the funniest thing. I hope it's not the same police station, because that would suck. They're like, oh, this mother again? Oh, God. Not him. Like, why is this guy always getting in trouble? Gonna be seen as a troublemaker. But they are gonna call you tonight. No, this is for the smashed car. Well, no, I get it's for the smashed car, but it, oh, okay, got it. So it's by the office, so it's not the same precinct. Got it. Okay, got it. I think the person who hit your car is the person whose pizza you stole. Dude, what if that's exactly what this is? What if it's like a grudge? It wasn't a car that hit his car at all. It was like they got mad about him stealing the pizzas and they just lit his car up when they found out. They found the pizza boxes in your trash and they were like, this dirty mother, he's going the down. You didn't steal the pizza. It was given to you. Sure. Yakuza Pizza. Dude, Yakuza Pizza sounds like an awesome franchise. I want them to show up like wearing like leather and high collar, you know, short sleeve high collar shirts and threaten to beat me up with baseball bats if I don't do what I'm told. Like, you don't like Hawaiian pizza? Well, we'll just see about that. Maximum of 9 fingers to qualify for employment. Sounds great until the real Yakuza show up, dude. I can't imagine. The real Yakuza must be pretty scary to deal with. You know, when they're in enforcement mode. I'm sure plenty of the dudes in the Yakuza are actually like super nice guys, but business is business for them. You know what I mean? Bill Lumberg was the boss. Lumberg. I said Lundberg. My bad. It's Lumberg. I was close. I was real close. Not bad for this guy with his fuzzy memory. I am years old after all. You know? Not bad for me. You're pretty sure Mafia anywhere is no fun. Yeah. For real. So we're just talking about like how to approach this. So we've got it doing what I want it to do. So we run the command and it sets an initial value and writes it to the file. That's perfect. That's perfect. But what we want it to do is we want it to run a function that is going to keep checking. And it has to be done, apparently it has to be done in the world execute thread. Hold on. Can I even do this part? Hold on. All right. This will be interesting. What up, Yuli? You are the first one, dude, with 100 stream streak posted. I'm pretty sure you're the first one, man. Put some hype in the chat for that. That's absolutely insane. 100 stream streak, bro. We all know it's way longer than that, though. Let's be real. Let's be real. We know it's way longer than that, actually. Let's see here. So check this out. When I do the damage modifier, let's change it back to 1. Now every 5 seconds we should get a command. I'm hoping. You rule, baby. Every 5 seconds we should be getting a you rule, baby. Although that doesn't seem like 5 seconds. Oh, just the one time. Okay, got it. Just once. We didn't set up a while loop or anything like that, so that makes sense. All right. Yeah. Let's go back to the code. That's easy enough. Working. So basically, instead of that, Zen needs the reminder. That's right, I do. I do need a reminder once in a while. so self-deprecating. Melissa, hi. So basically, we need to read the JSON now. Actually, no, we don't. We don't need to read the JSON. Okay, hold on. How do I want to do this? I'm trying to think of how do we do this loop? So if I were to do a loop here, okay, let's just say I got a loop, and then I do I++ down here for like the next iteration of the loop. This is happening on the world thread, which is not going to be, this is not going to wait 5 seconds and then do this. It's just going to go like boom, 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 going through as many as iterations as we need. It's just gonna go boom, 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 boom. It's just gonna like send them out there, right? One after another immediately, and then it will be like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You rule, baby. You rule, baby. You rule, baby. You rule, baby. Like over and over and over and over and over again, right? That's how that would work. I'm pretty sure. We could try it just to see what happens, but I'm pretty sure that's how that will go. You went to McDonald's and got a large Coke and large fries in the vehicle in front of your van, paid for your order? Oh, that's so nice. You should have ordered a Shamrock Shake, huh? Well, that was nice. Okay, so... I is less than let's say 5 in this case. What is this? This is not right somehow. I gotta go look at my other examples that I have because I forget everything. Is that all? Is that the big deal right here? So yeah, I think this will, I don't think that this will wait. Oop. All right, let's try it. Let's see what happens. This is gonna be weird. Did Tim make another special appearance in the stream today? He did not. No, he did not. He did not. 55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 shakes. Wait. I'm doing something. You have to let me go. I'm doing something. It's so ridiculous. Honestly, I gotta say, like, a lot of his skits are like a miss for me, but that one is definitely a big win. Oh, did it break? Did I break it? Oh, build failed. Hold on. That would do it. Okay, hold on. We'll just do it like this. That's fine. Same. You don't know why it's so funny. It is. It is very, very funny. So if you guys don't know what the heck we're talking about, hold on. While that's compiling or whatever. This is what we're talking about. Melissa, this is especially important for you to watch, okay? After your experience today. All right. Oh, Saronic, that's so nice of you to call me that. Thank you. Thank you. Well, welcome on in, bud. All right. Here we go. So 5. Actually, hold on. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it did 5-second delay, and then it did all of them all at once. 5-second delay, and then it did all of them at once. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. Yo, what's up, Spartaco? What's up? Welcome on in. 5-second delay. And then it did them all at once. So, okay, we want these to have 5 seconds in between.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Nested loop. A loop within this executor thingamabobber.
Hey, everyone's eating tacos outside Bill's office. Do you think that's some information I would like to know?
So this business right here is happening every 5 seconds. Or it has a delay of 5 seconds, I should say. Okay, brain needs to start braining. Now it's taco time for Cheddar and you. Oh, nice. Because you're home from the dog park. He had his first treat, ENT tomorrow, and no doggo park for at least 4 months. He has to stay as sedentary as possible. Wait, hold on. What's going on with Mr. Cheddar Cheese? What did I miss something? Four months. That's crazy. Oh, the heartworm treatments, of course. Yeah, we talked about that. I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness, poor pup. That's just awful news. 3 treatments and we'll have to be as calm as possible. Yeah, that's tough for animals. Animals are not very good at like super calm all the time. Especially high energy doggos. But, well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. You saw YouTube and you messed up the pay it forward line. You didn't do it, LOL. That's okay. That's okay. You didn't have to do it. You're not obligated to do it. But that's what's so funny about that video, right, Melissa? It's like, wait, I'm doing something. Then he gets back in the line behind the guy that he just paid for. He's like, you have to pay for me. You have to pay for me. So, when this happens, the thing is, will this just do a function here? Is that what that is? Is it like any old function up there? World execute. We do the command. There's a delay of 5. Oh, this is the interval amount. So timeout units 5. So this in here, we can do whatever the hell we want in there. Man. This is interesting. So do we put our... I mean, at this point, we don't need a delay on the initial loop, do we? Do we put a loop that has another one of these in it? That doesn't seem to make sense to me. Okay, I gotta think about what we want to do. So basically, every 60 seconds, do the thing. While global entity damage modifier is greater than 1.0. Right? And then in here, what we're going to do is we're going to do this thing, reduce the global entity damage modifier by 0.01. And then we need to write it to the file again. Write the value to the JSON file. And actually, we're going to change the name of this file. I want to change the name of the file. Can I change this name to global entity damage modifier? Or actually, you know what? Why don't we call this? Why don't we just call it card commands? Card commands.json, and we can put all of our values and shit in there. It's all good. All right, does this make sense? So I mean, can we even do a while in there? I don't know. While global entity damage modifier. Actually, hold on. Hold on. I guess we can get rid of all this, right? These setters, getters, and all that stuff for the other my config business. Because we're just writing the file now. We don't even need that my config object anymore. Right? We can get rid of all that. That'll be nice. Okay, so while global entity damage modifier is greater than 1.0f, do the thing. And that thing is this. Delay of 60. Let's do a delay of 5 for now. And then global entity damage modifier minus or equals global entity damage modifier minus 0.01F. I hope this works. Right, so we're, and then the global entity damage modifier is now plus global entity damage modifier. Right? And this might be a little weird too, how I have this set up past this arg to this. I could probably just do this to this, I think. But again, well, let's just try with this at first. Try this at first. So, and also let's do this. If global entity damage modifier, hold on. If global entity damage modifier is less than 1.0F, then we're going to set it to that. Whoa. Whoa. If we go below 1.0F for some reason, set to 1.0F. This should never go below 1x, right? I think that's it, chat. I think that that is it. If this works on the first attempt, I will feel like a real professional. So while this is happening, and again, I don't know how this will work on the world thread, if it, when we execute a while on the world thread, if it will break. It could break. I have no idea how that works. All right, let's try it. Will it build? Step number 1. Will it build? Survey says yes. Survey says yes. Okay, cool. All right, so let's set this damage modifier to 1.1F. So that should go to 1.09, 1.08, 1.07 every 5 seconds. Oh, but see, once we hit that while loop, everything stopped moving. Yeah, it's gonna crash. Because again, while is not yeah, okay, that's not gonna work. That is definitely not gonna work. All right. Wah, 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 wah. Stop, quick. Yeah, that didn't work. Okay, so we can't do while. Dude, it's literally crashing my stream. Hold on, let's just close out of that. I'm gonna save this. We're gonna close out of all this. Hold on. Terminate! Oh God! Disconnect! Terminate! Oh shit, man. Okay, hold on. It literally just broke my audio and everything. That's how like hardcore it was. Damn. All right, well, we know not to do that anymore. No while loops on the world thread. 10-4, good buddy. So we did just have a little bit of encoding issues, chat. You may want to, you know, refresh your stream. Mistakes were made, yeah. So the question is, how do we do this? Call something recursively? If you put enough loops on there, it might speed up the server to the point of transcending time itself. Perfect. I love this. Well, the good news is it did literally write the card commands.json. Yeah, okay, cool. I wrote it as 1.1. The final overclock. You can do while loops as long as you know how many times they will run. Start each new scheduled event inside the previous one. Recursive. Was that what you suggested 20 minutes ago? I'm sorry, I must have missed it. You said the last thing I saw was even the logic needed for the non-ticking method would probably be less effort than this. That's what I heard. That's what I saw last from you. My bad. Oh, here we go. If those scheduled events only run once and don't repeat, then you can just schedule a new event inside the executor you give and check the damage modifier on each loop and just not schedule a new event if it's on 1.0. So what would that look like? I'm trying to they only run once and they don't repeat. Schedule a new event. My event needs to schedule a new event. Right? So if the global damage modifier is greater than this, that's what's going to start this whole thing off, right? And inside it, there's a scheduled executor that does this, or executor. I'm going to go with executor. You wouldn't call this recursive. It's just rescheduling itself. I mean, can I do a thing where... Can I change this delay value inside this? So if it's greater than 1.0, then we're going to do the thing. We're going to kick this whole process off. We are immediately going to remove 0.01. I mean, not ideal because we want that initial delay. That's fine. We can do that. We might just have to wrap this in the initial delay. That's fine. It would cause a stack overflow if it was truly recursive and has no escape condition. So we remove 0.01f. The escape condition is less than 1.0. Yeah, sure. Sure, equal or less than. So it's this. We remove 1. We check to see if somehow we went below 1 with this. And if we did, we set it to 1. Okay. This might be generalized at some point, so that's kind of why I'm doing this check too. You'd think that we wouldn't go below this, but just in case, why not? So we do those things, and then we need to delay and do this again. So I just wonder if it's like, can I just set the delay? Can I reset the delay inside this? Looks like a big no. Scheduled future, huh? Do I have to encapsulate this and then call it? I've not done too much of this stuff, chat. Not gonna lie. I mean, when I say I haven't done much of this stuff, that applies to everything that I've done and am doing and have done. As soon as he's passing a lambda function, it's not recursive, but I get what you're going for. Yeah, this bullshit, right? So I'm trying to think. We do the thing after the initial delay of, in this case, 5 seconds. We do the stuff that we want it to do. But we need it to go again. We need this all to happen again. And so the question is, do we have to turn this into a function so that we can just keep calling it again and again within itself? Am I going to be able to do this? Can I call this shit inside another function? Am I going to be okay to do that? We were just talking about the design of this. Now we've lost access to command context and world.execute. Because that's inside this abstract target player command, right? Shit, man. I don't know how to get access to this. And this is the same thing. The command context comes from... It comes from this abstract target player command class. This command context. So if I'm in another class, could I just say... Can I extend within the class? Can I say extends KK modify? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Can I do that? And get access through it? Like double up the tree? I guess not. It was a nice thought. Looking at the code, it only sets a value. Look, nerds! Stop arguing about what recursion is, okay? That doesn't help anybody. Help me! Help me, okay? Bro, what is this? So again, if I'm gonna put this in a function, I lose access to this stuff. But in order to call it over and over again, I have to put it in a function. Right? Just pass everything to the function. Perfect. Let's go. We're now passing this in. Perfect. All right. What else? Here we go. It's world. Boom. There it is. Perfect. Done. I guess we could do it that way. It's not screaming at me. Change signature, huh? So what does this mean? Update usages of KK decrement entity damage modifier to reflect changes. I know I'm not using this function anywhere. That's why I'm like, why do I need to change this? Hold on. So we're gonna do it down here. Hold on. Is that even a thing? Can I do this? Static not allowed here. Because it's not a static class, right? That's why. a helpful IDE feature if you've used it before. I think that'd be a tool to automate other instances where you call the function. So, question. Why cannot resolve the method inside this create method KK decrement entity damage modifier? Didn't I? Isn't this it right here? There's no arg constructor. Insert super? I have no idea what this is about. Super is... We're not extending anything. Unless we're talking about what we're extending up here. Right? Wah! What's up, dude? Wait, isn't this class just a utility command? You want all this stuff inside the main plugin. It's a command. It's a command, but I want this to function. I want this only to happen when the command is run. Right? And that's this right here. When the command runs, this is where it happens. So this is where it has to kick off from. So, question. I feel like I have declared this correctly, have I not? Is it just that I don't have... I've declared this function correctly. Yes? Then why is it so angry at me? Is it because it needs to be public void? Because it doesn't return anything? It looks like that's the case. Okay. All right. You need a return type, says ATK. All right. All right, good. See, I'm learning here. It's incredible. I'm like, what's wrong with this? I need to let it know whether or not I need something back. Okay. So there it is. And then we can do... so the first thing is command context. So that's command context, world. Yes. And then it's going to be initial delay in seconds. We're going to do 10. Okay. And then it's the decrement amount, which is going to be 0.01. And then the last part is the interval in seconds, like so how often this should be happening. We're going to put it at 5 for now. Now, why is this red? Do I need to put an F? Okay, that's what I thought. I guess that'll work, but this decrement function is going to need a reference to wherever you have the actual damage modifier stored. It's stored here in this class. So we get this global entity damage modifier when all the shit happens. Right? Interestingly, that's just card commands.global entity damage modifier. But it's, yeah. Right here. Should be here. Okay, so we have successfully encapsulated this and we are running it down here. So the delay is going to be initial delay in seconds. The timeout unit dot seconds. Right. The decrement amount is going to be right here. Minus decrement amount. And the interval in seconds is the amount of time that passes before we call it again. So that means that we're just going to do this whole thing again inside this. Call the whole thing again. And this time there's no initial delay. Okay. I'm going to save this and we're going to try it. Let's just see what happens. This may not even compile. Let's see. So help me understand the difference between enums and constants. What if I have more modifiers for something like health? Spawn command is going to have to reference all these other commands as classes. The refactor on this is going to be brutal. Well, we'll see. We shall see. All right. That's right. Here, let's put this to... point 1. All right, let's see what happens here. So initial delay should be about 10 seconds. Should get a message any second now. Okay. So that was not what I wanted. That was not what I wanted. It didn't all the way down. This is interesting though. Interesting. So how do I... That's really weird. How do we make it delay? We need to delay between. But I'm not sure how to make it do that. Enums are a pre-initialized class. There are no constants in Java, but static final is good enough. And it applies to class properties. Okay. Those are the ones that are all in uppercase, yeah. So what did we do wrong, chat? It went all at the same time. You know, hold on a second. I think our initial delay in seconds needs to change. I think that's what the problem was. If we look at the code here. So this was 0. So if the initial delay is 0 and it calls itself again at 0, it's just going to keep going around, 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 around. This actually needs to be longer, 5 seconds. And this interval in seconds, I mean, we can put that in there, but it's, I mean, it's not being used. So I guess the initial delay in seconds. The other thing is, do we have a way to break out of this? All of this. Like, if I want to stop this from happening anymore. Because, like, let's say somebody... Yes, because you only do this if damage modifier is less than 1.0. Right, but what if somebody does a donation, right? And it brings the modifier way up and then it's ticking down. And then it gets halfway through, like, its initial value to getting to 1.0. And then somebody else donates and brings it up higher. Like, now everything that's happening here needs to stop, and we need to reset at this value and continue. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want it both happening. And you're like double dipping on how fast the, you know, the damage modifier is decrementing. It can't stop, and it's not doing anything. What it's done, it's done. Okay. I want it to do no more future things. I want it to continue. I want it to cease to persist. It will still eventually get there, but yeah, you don't want 2 counters. Right, exactly. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, let's go. Let's try to compile this. I don't know if this is gonna work. What's up with all the red here? What's going on now? What's the problem here? Add int as the 5th parameter. Oh, I thought I got rid of this. Oh, I got rid of it down here. Okay, my bad, my bad. So the initial delay, let's make it 15 seconds. Initial delay 15 seconds, each repeating 5. Yeah, so I need a if this is this, then new decrement amount is 0. Right? Because the original counter will go. So basically, yeah, okay. So we should have just a simple if statement as an init within that that code segment. Just to check it. And reset that value that's passed through for the decrement amount. Okay, so here it is. 15 seconds from now, we should get our first message, and then hopefully the next one 5 seconds after that. Let's see what happens. All right. It's now 1.09. 1.08. It looks like it's working, guys. 1.07. 1.06. 0.00001. Okay, we're gonna have to do some things with that if we're gonna actually show this. And then here's the thing: if I go and I set this again, Yeah, see right there? It's doubling up. Okay. So this is what I think I'm going to do. Very basic. So if... how can I do this, actually? I mean, we could set like a global bool. Like, is running, true. Is not running, false. Check my timer value. And if it's greater than 0, the timer is running. I don't think there is no timer value. So we are calling this lambda, or calling a function through the world execute thread, and we just tell it to do a thing in this many seconds. So there's like, I don't think there's any place where it's like keeping track of how many seconds have passed or anything like that. So what I'm thinking is that initially, let me just think about this. So set bool to, or set decrement loop active to true. Right? That's what we're going to do initially. Maybe we even do that outside the loop. We do it out here. Excuse me. Ooh, you can't even see this, chat.
The clapper is now available.
You dirty son of a...
Get yours today. Makes a great gift.
That's okay. Behold my glorious avatar. What's up, SG? Okay. So my thought was, because this is all happening, we could set that bool here, that decrement is happening, yes. And then do the thing. Right? And then inside here, well, no, that wouldn't work. Shit. Is there a way to do this? So we set this to true, and then we say, oh, well, this is true, so don't do it. Then on the first pass, that won't be right. Dude, I can track so much cool shit now. Now that we can write to a JSON, I can track deaths. I could track like I could even do a thing like who is the most killed person. Like which person has died the most today. I'm out. Oh, dude. Okay, hold on a second. You think about this, chat. I need to take a break. It's 8:10. Been at this for about 3.5 hours now. Gee, I wonder who that will be, says Nerves. You know, maybe the person who dies the most gets a mercy prize. How about that? It's like, oh, we felt so bad that we annihilated you. Here, have a card coin. The next time I define a method with a capital letter, I'm fired. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. That's a really bad habit I need to get out of. Because look, I'm doing it all over the place with these KKs. Well, that's... yeah, it's all over the place. That's my bad. Again, I'm used to doing these as capitals. Is that most deaths excluding you or including you? Wouldn't you like to know? Capitals are classes. I get that. In Java, yes. Capitals are classes. Lowercase are methods. Now talk to me about C# or C++, where I've done all of my blueprint shenanigans. Easy solution. No acronyms. Yeah. I mean, it'll be fine. I can just get rid of this and refactor it. It's not a big deal. Right. In Java, you use camel case. In C# you use Pascal case, which that's what I'm used to. So I apologize that I am not following your conventions. I will try better. Okay. I will do better. I will get it right. Okay. I'm so sorry. KK is just for card commands. That's all. I can probably dump all of that because it's all within this, right? I just call it spawn, modify, blah, blah, blah. But the reason why I'm calling it spawn is because the name, I believe the name has to match the command name. I don't know. I don't know if that 100%. That was my assumption though. But we'll see. Again, all this is going to change. This is like first pass shit. We'll get it right, and I'll develop better habits along the way. Java's already verbose enough. Every line is going to take up 5 windows. Dude, for real. I do feel like coming from the land of JavaScript, I'm like, holy fuck, there's so much. It's like that thing with my config the other night. I'm like, my config equals new my config. This config, my config, and then a string, my space config. It's like, what the f? Where was that? Hold on. Where is that shit? It's ridiculous. Hold on. No, I think it's in card commands. Hold on. Yeah, this. Config, my config this dot with config, my config dot codec. Like, what the f? What the actual f, dude?
Look, Pim, I know it's our job to help this guy and everything, but I think this guy's a lost cause. He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
I love it. Thank you. Oh my god. Pascal, I took a course on that back in high school. Write a 5,000+ line program that only used global variables and nested functions. My teachers only comment, this shouldn't work. How does this work? That's so good, Surya. Thank you for that. All right, I'm gonna take a break while I'm gone. We'll do a giveaway for some raffle tokens, good for tomorrow's giveaways. And everybody will get some when I come back. Raffle tokens, chat, don't be weird. All right, here we go. There you go, friends. I will return. Sit tight. I'll see you back in a minute.
So you've decided to stick around while I went AFK. Brave and appreciated. Your time and attention are the gifts I cherish the most. While I'm away fulfilling those pesky basic human needs, let me take this opportunity to educate you about the Cardinal Zin stream. While you watch this stream on Twitch, every 5 minutes you are receiving card cash and raffle tokens. Card cash is used on Twitch to redeem sound effects, visual memes that take over the screen, and custom game interactions. Card cash never resets. Raffle tokens are used on Twitch to buy raffle tickets for raffled items. Every Friday, I raffle off at least 3 $10 Steam gift cards during the stream. At the end of Friday's stream, these tokens are reset to 0, so everyone has a good chance to win, even our new friends. For those looking to get as many chances to win as possible, be sure to show up at least a few minutes before the start of a stream and stick around through the stream credits for a nice fat raffle token bonus. If you ever want to check your virtual wallet, you can always check your balances using !BAL on Twitch to see how many card cash and raffle tokens you're currently holding. Yes, holding. It's especially important to do this when you have a lot of card cash or raffle tokens so that everyone knows just how amazing you are and how much more they would have to hoard to be equally as awesome as you. Now, you may have noticed, but this is a highly interactive stream where chat is allowed to murder me influence my games directly. We refer to this type of interactivity as Twitch integration, and it comes in a number of different flavors. I use cookie-cutter solutions like crowd control or chaos tricks, but also have custom-coded card commands for many games I play, including Conan Exiles, Minecraft, and Starfield. Crowd control and chaos tricks require Twitch bits and can be used to spawn monsters, give items, or set me on fire 13 times in a row until I want to cry blood into a pile of my own human ashes. Neat! Likewise, custom-coded card commands for games like Conan Exiles, Minecraft, and Starfield can also be triggered using bits in the Lumia panel, but can also be triggered using chat commands, assuming you have enough card tokens to trigger them. Lastly, card controls affect my screen and impact any game I play, but they also require card tokens to activate. Yes, that's right, there's a third point system on my channel, card tokens, and as a token of my appreciation for your continued attention, I'm now going to tell you how you can save big. So let's say you want to spawn that big nasty golem on me. Let's be honest, I probably deserve it, and you're about to cheer 500 bits through the Lumia panel to spawn the monster that will undoubtedly crush me into priest dust. Typically, those 500 bits would cost $7. So that's like a markup of 40%. Instead, by donating $5 at coffee.com/cardinalzin and entering only your Twitch username in the message, not username, field, the bot here will give you 500 card tokens. With card tokens now in hand, you can simply type a chat command to spawn that creature, just like you would with bits through the Lumia panel, only this time you aren't paying 40% more like a big chump. So cut out the middleman. Take your savings a step further and become a Cherubim or Seraphim Coffee member to receive 10% or 20% more card tokens respectively. At the Seraphim membership level, you've essentially turned $7 for 500 bits into $5 for 600 card tokens. So instead of paying 40% extra, you're now receiving 20% extra. It's a great value. And for those who do back the stream on Coffee, I thank you. It is your contributions that allow me to code fun things for you all. Seriously though, you have my gratitude. If you have any questions about this stuff, be sure to ask. The community is really awesome and will definitely light your path, sometimes by setting you on fire directly. Convenient. Since I'm not back yet, please continue to enjoy this lovely music. Sit tight, and I'll return shortly. Thank you so much.
In a world where corporate interests seek to divide humankind for their own nefarious purposes, where political forces pit brother against brother in the name of social progress, where friends betray each other over one divergent word or thought, one man seeks unity through a shared love of PC gaming. He raises his golden chalice, its brilliant radiance emanating far and wide, a beacon to all who would seek refuge from the ever-present insanity of social media. He stands against the tides of internet-based hostility and defiantly bellows, "No more." Having placed his stake in the ground, he now seeks to build a PC gaming community free of politics, trolls, and toxicity. Because you deserve a little slice of digital heaven right here on Earth. Devout PC gaming evangelist, blessed leader of the congregation, and savior of digital souls, his name is Cardinal Sin.
Yo, congratulations to Gregory. Gregory Lovecraft is getting 500 raffle tokens. And everybody else is getting 250. There you go, friends. Thanks for sticking around and being patient. Let's go over to gaming. All right. So, where the hell were we, chat? Ah, yes. Voided was insulting my use of Pascal case. In some places, but not in all, apparently. What's up, Weatherwolf? Hello. Let's get out of that habit, eh? Let's fix it. Let's fix this. Let's do this. Yes. So how does this work? So I've got this, the constructor. If the class starts with a capital, doesn't the constructor also then have to start with a capital? Yeah, that's fine. It just helps differentiate it more. Okay. We can actually get rid of this my config shit now. You can just delete it. You do not need this. Just cleaning up a little bit. Oh yeah, we can get rid of this some other class too. All right, looks a lot better, yeah? Constructors can have any capitalization you want as long as it's a valid token. That is, uses only valid characters. But people who read your code might opt to form a lynch mob for your decisions. Look, man, most of this stuff is snippets that I've grabbed from the internet. Let's see here. So we were looking at this decrement entity damage modifier thing with the scheduling, and we need to put in some sort of like state check to see if the loop is active. I say loop active. It's not really a loop. Is there a scheduled executor in effect? Is there a scheduled executor acting? And like at this point, if you're in here, that's obviously going to be true, right? So when this is called the very first time, look what you made. What'd you make? Oh, nice. That's great. How am I not, wait, hold on. How am I not following you? The hell is that? How sweet. What a nice kitty cat. It's Admiral, everybody. I wonder if I can do this. Hold on. I can't. So instead, I will just do this. Me while coding. So basically what we're trying to do is that if one of these is already doing a thing, then to not I guess we could check. So hold on, this is an idea. I need to like think about whether or not this will work. So like if global entity damage modifier is greater than 1.0f and scheduled executor is active equals true, then we're going to do something different. So basically what we're saying is like there's one already in the global entity damage is already greater than the norm, meaning that one of these is in effect. And this scheduled executor is active equals true. This will happen on the first time round. Right? So meaning that like it will skip the initial time. Make an else statement after this where you do all the exit code. Sure, yeah. So, as painful as it is to like repeat myself here, should I do this? And hold on. And scheduled executor is active equals true. So it does this. Else it does all this. So basically this is like I'm just gonna say a decrementing modifier is in effect. Hey, you're welcome. And then down here, does this make sense? Then in here, right away, we would actually, hold on. So the first time this is run, it's going to go through this, right? It's going to try to do this. It's going to see that this is false, and it's going to go, wait, no, we got to do this one. So we do this one, and it immediately sets it to true. Damn it. Yeah, that's not right. That's not right at all. Womp, 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 womp. How the heck am I gonna do this? No. You have a lot of threads, then calling and making more threads. Calling a method outside of the thread call. I have a lot of threads. Calling and making more threads. How do you make more threads? I'm just executing code on the thread. I'm not making more threads, right? If the comment is for some reason. For some reason. Sure. I mean it's I know what for some reason is. I mean, it's not like it's unknown to me. Like if the decrement is 0.3, you could go below 1. So you're going to set it back to 1. My comment's not very clear, I suppose. If you go below 1.0f because the decrement is the decrement value that is subtracted does not result. Do you see how crazy that is? Yeah, like exactly. That's it. If we go below, we set it to that. Use math min above. Rather math max. I don't understand what this does. Yeah, they're just fire and forget, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think that doing this is that big. The only thing that I'm concerned about is how we account for more happening and resetting this so that they're not running both. Like we were running into this problem where, like, if you have an initial donation that triggers this, right? And then you have a decrement executor schedule that's happening, right? It's happening, it's ticking down. And then somebody else donates again. Sure, you might get a boost in the initial modifier, but then you're going to get both the decrementers happening. And then as a third one happens, then you get all three of them happening. It's like, that's not the intended result here. I'm doing recursion in a Lambda function. I guess you're right. I mean, basically what this does is it uses this world thread to get the amount of time that's passed and then does the code inside this schedule. The scheduler business. That's what this scheduled executor crap is. So, I mean, we had it running previously. It didn't seem like a big deal. Is it? I mean, how though? Like there's an exit condition. Once that's done, everything stops, right? Let's back up. Okay. What's the goal? The goal is to decrement the global entity damage modifier after an initial delay in seconds, and then decrement it, and then loop through that basically. So for example, somebody donates and it makes the damage modifier 2x, okay, and then after a minute it goes down to 1.99x. And then after another minute, it goes down to 1.98x, etc. Ideally, there would be an initial period where after a donation, the first donation, that there is a period of time where it is just set to the max and then starts this decrementing. That is the ultimate goal. So, for example, after the initial donation, when there is no damage modifier in effect, somebody can trigger that with a, say, a $10 donation, and whatever the multiplier is for the damage, it stays at that for X minutes. And then after that, every minute it decrements 0.01 from the global entity damage modifier until it's back to 1.0 or less. And then it stops. Now, the interesting thing is if somebody else donates along the way, it should just bump the modifier up and not create another secondary decrementing process. And so that's what we were struggling with this, is that if it happens, it worked perfectly. I don't know about what the performance ramifications are, but on my little dedicated here, it worked fine. And was just ticking down, right? And yeah, I mean, it worked okay. I mean, like, hold on. So we've set this up for an initial delay of 15 seconds. And then when this goes back around again, we've set that to 5. So, correct. So let me show you how it works. Actually, is this... Let me just compile, assuming I can. And I'll just show you, because I have a printout with every time it happens. For debug. Okay, so the way this works is like this. Basically, a donation happens and the command is run. I'm going to set it to 1.10x damage modifier. Okay, so it's at 1.10x for the initial 15 seconds. This is like our, you know, this, it stays at this for this amount of time. Like, let's say it's 5 minutes. Here it's 15 seconds. Then it ticks down, right? So now it's 1.09, and then 5 seconds later it'll be 1.08. Oh, you can't even see that shit. 1.07, and then 5 seconds later it will be 1.06. 5 seconds later it'll be 1.05. And again, we're getting this like little 0001 business. I'm not sure what that's about with the floats, but sure. I just truncate on the printout. You need 2 separate functions. Make a main entry function into the decrement loop that schedules the first run. The decrement function then schedules further loop of itself as long as modifiers greater than 1.0. Quick improvement would be to put the call to decrement in an else block. So now it's down to 1.0, and then it stops. So now we're good. And I could do it again, right? So there's now a 15-second period where nothing happens, and then it will start going down. But this is the problem. Like, let's say that's the initial donation, right? And then it starts ticking down, like right here. We should see a message here. But then somebody else does it again and raises it to 1.2f. Like 1.2x. It's like, oh, well, that's weird, because now I got like 1.19, and the decrementers, they're going to start working against each other, or not against each other, but with each other, like decrementing 2 times. So now it's like it's going every 5 seconds, but on 2 different schedules. So, yeah. The biggest problem with doing all this in one function is that you need to do that is there a loop already running check. You can't do all of that in one function. Yeah, it seemed like there needed to be like an initial state and then like a secondary state. So yeah, that's where we're at, Voided, if that makes sense. Only the main entry function checks if it's safe. Then the second function always knows it's okay to run its loop. I almost wonder if I need 3 then to add to the multiplier. Apply your quick improvement. I'm not sure how to do that. You said put it in an else block. I've got if this is greater than 1. Yeah, line 62. So if it's greater than 1. Okay. Hold on. So wait, hold on. Less than 1. Sorry. If it's less than 1, else. Okay. Else we do all this. What the hell? Hold on. What is up with this? That's because that's part of this all the way up here. No? Bracket hell right now. Can we switch to Morse code? Help. What am I doing wrong here with my bracket? Read the other messages, please. Just the one line. Stop. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Let me go all the way back. Okay, I have added the else. Do you see? You don't need to call that function if you are checking for greater than 1. So if this goes below 1, we're going to set it to 1. Otherwise, we're above 1.
Is firing a 10-second ping pong ball volley. Fire.
In the ear, bro.
Fire. Fire.
We had encoding stuff before, so you may want to refresh. There's probably some lag. When I had that while condition. Can I hear you now? I can hear you. So if the global entity damage modifier drops below 1 for whatever reason, we set it to 1. Otherwise, we're gonna call another decrementer. I mean, we're already there, right? That's why I don't get this. I mean, it could be the case where we're exactly at 1. So line 53 is checking if greater than 1. Right. So no need to call it when you just confirmed it less than 1 in that block. Right. You need to make sure you handle the case correctly for 1. Right. So I just need to add an equal in here. So, right. So if it's greater than 1, we need to do that. Wait, well, no. Hold on. If it's greater than 1, we need to do the decrementing, right? And if it's below 1, then we do this. Else, line 60 to less than equals to is fine. I don't know that I'm following you, Voided. So we're just talking about, you're just worried about what the cases are. So like, if we're greater than 1, if we're less than 1, well, what do we do if we're exactly 1? If we're exactly 1, then we do nothing, because there's nothing in effect. Do I need to make some sort of case for this? Like if it is exactly 1, that we need to exit out of this, we need to break out. Change line 62. This is line 62, the else. Otherwise, it will just call the function decrement again and then later fail on line 53. I'm really trying to understand you here, my friend. You said change line 62. Okay, I'm going to do exactly what you said. Change line 62 to this. All right, dude. Sounds good. I appreciate you taking the time to try it out. If it fails, then there will be no more loops and it's fine. Right, I guess that's the question. If none of these things are met, like, does it just drop out? Sorry, you meant line 60. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, that's why I was like 62? Like 62, I'm not understanding. Okay, so basically you're just saying if it's equal to or less than 1, then it's going to be 1. I mean, I guess if it were equal to 1, wouldn't it already be 1? Maybe I don't understand that. I had it right the first time I told you to do that. Again, once again, that will happen every once in a billion runs. I mean, is this like some weird float shit that you're like, we're talking about like the, where it ends up being like 1.000000001? Is that what this is? Is that what this is all about? Because otherwise I don't understand. Typing sucks. It's just a quick optimization. I mean, I guess I don't understand why that's an optimization though. So if you're less than equal, I mean, if you add, okay, so this is what I had. Less than 1, set it to 1. But you're saying less than or equal to 1, set it to 1. Like it's already 1. Why would we set it to 1 again? In this weird edge case where it's 1. I don't get that. How is that an efficiency? I don't understand. I want to. I'm trying so hard. Is this like just having to do with setting 1 to 1 is better than calling another function and then doing another check? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Because, so if it's in the case where it is already 1, we're not going to go into the else block. And so we're saving some, that's the efficiency. I get you. I think I understand what you're saying now. Is that if this were truly 1 and I did not have the equals here, that we would skip this and we would execute the else block. And so by putting in the equal, we will not execute this else block in the case that global entity damage modifier is equal to 1. Okay. I get you. I see how that is efficient now. I get it. I get it. But what I don't get is how we do what we're trying to do here. Overall. Kashi says I'm lost. So Kashi, I'll try to explain this as easily as I can. Basically, we check to see if this number is a 1. Okay? Or it's less than 1. If it's equal to 1 or less than 1, we're just going to make it 1. Okay, so even if it was equal to 1, we're going to make it 1. Why? So that way we don't do everything that's inside here, in between these two brackets. So all this code doesn't get called again. That's the efficiency here. That's why it's equals. You're checking 1 is equal to 1. So we do this and we don't do this. You probably forgot an end parentheses while doing all these changes, and that's why you're seeing an error. I mean, probably. I can see there's 13 errors, so... let's see. Else... I need an open parens on 60. On line 60, I need an open parens. This? Open curly bracket. Oh, yeah, here. Yeah. I was like, yeah. Yeah. Got it. And again, this whole business down here, Sure. Okay. I get it. I get it. So, but this is the thing. So let's play through this like paper code wise. If somebody donates and bumps the global entity damage modifier up to 2.0. It's greater than 2. So it decrements by 0.01. I'm actually going to put decrement amount. So that'll be at 1.99, right? So we're not less than 1. So we do this, which is to call another one. Right? And the thing is, so the question, if we go into this else block, are we still executing everything down here? Because it's in the base? I assume that's a yes. Hold on. All right, let's try this. There should be 15 seconds, and then we should get our decrement situation happening. Oh yeah, that was really fast. Why did those first two go real fast? What's up, Chernobyl? Did I change the interval on both? Yeah, so the initial is 15 and the secondaries are 5. All right, so there it is. It's now 1.0. Let's try this again. It just seems like the first one and the second one went really fast, like right next to each other. There should have been a 5-second delay between, right? Okay, maybe I was just not paying attention. So I see what you're saying, Voided, but question: where that's a component system, does it have to be attached to like a player or something? It's not a component. Okay. So you register one for the whole thing and you can just link into that. Getting time elapsed all the time. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm gonna call that fallback for me. I want to see if I can make this work. I don't know if I can or not, but if it works, great. If it doesn't work, then we'll try another way. The way that you have set up right there. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go see like an example of how that works, like in the process. Yeah. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Always. Okay, so hold on a second here. So this is good. I got an idea.
Jonathan Koch is firing a 10-second ping pong ball. Oh! Fire. 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 Fire.
What the hell? Will this work? So basically what I'm saying is, like, when this all happens, if the global entity damage modifier is already over 1, then we're gonna do oh, hold on. No. Is equal to 1. Then we're gonna do this, which is just the normal way that we just did, right? Like, there's none in effect, so it does it normally. Otherwise, when we get this and we're doing this, we're going to take the global entity damage modifier that already exists, like the number, and all we're going to do is we're just going to change that. And what we're going to change it to is, let's say the command was going to be like, it was going to make it 2.0x when I send it through the command. But what I get is 2.0, right? So we need to actually minus 1.0 out of that, because that's how much additional we're actually adding on to the multiplier. You understand what I'm saying? So if the multiplier base is 1, And now what somebody just donated would make it, if it were a brand new multiplier, it would make it 2.0. Instead, we're just going to add to that. We're just going to add to it. And that's it. That should work, right? I think that will work. I want to add a message here. Where's that messaging? Holy shit. Right here. And we're going to change this to the user added can I even get this? Oh, hold on. Okay. So basically, if it's initial, we do the whole thing. We do the thing. And if it's not initial, we're just adding to the global entity damage modifier so that the ticks just keep going. Does that make sense? I think it's simple, but it works. Okay, let's give it a shot. See if it works. Jonathan Koch, your idea is horrible. Your idea of attacking me with ping pong balls, horrible. Thank you, man. I gotta get, I have to get like, I don't know what you call it. What are those, see, Spaghetti Goblin would know this shit. It's like a string, like a wire. And when you turn it on, it pulls the wire taut. Like a grip. They call that, is that actuator? What do they call that? I'm not so good with the whole like mechanical and electrical engineering stuff. $50-50 chance that the server really crashes this time and the stream probably won't survive this one. You think it's going to be that catastrophic? Well, I don't know. Let's see. Let's find out. All right, it's daytime. All right, so let's do this. Let's put this to 1.1. Oh, interesting. Why did it do the else case? Eh? Oh, hold on. Hold on. It's because the default value was set to 0. Default 0, it was set to 0 because it used to be additive and now it's multiplicative. I don't think I'm calling that scheduler outside of those two scenarios. All I did was I'm just adding to a float. Like, you know, the thing that we're decrementing, I'm just saying like, oh, if that's above 1, then just add to it. Like add like a additional value to it so that the ticks keep going. That's all I'm doing. In my mind, that should work, right? So basically I'm saying if the global entity damage modifier is 1, that means that there is no thing in effect. So we're going to add we're going to do the lambda function with the recursion built in. Otherwise, all we're going to do is add the additional amount of modifier that the person has added with the donation. And that's it. Okay, let's see. So we set it to 1.1. Yeah, that's weird, man. Why am I not hitting this conditional? Global entity damage modifier equals 1. Okay, rebuilding and trying again. If this works, then the multiplier will work. Hopefully. Hopefully. It's stupid, but if it works, is it stupid? As long as it doesn't break anything. Okay. So the current global entity damage modifier is 1.1. Oh, got it. I see what we're saying. I see what we're saying. Hold on. So do we need to invert this if else? Is this when you can use rage quit? I think doing rage quit would be, I don't know if it'll be easy, but like doing like world modification stuff should be pretty, I think it will be pretty easy when we get there. Alrighty. Okay. So let me bring up some code here. So if the global entity damage modifier, and the problem is that we're passing this and we're setting it immediately. Right here. What if I do this? And the past value. Where's this? Yep, we're storing that. This is the amount to add. We go into this because we're at equal or less than 1. So we go in here and then we check global entity damage modifier. It's greater than 1. I guess this would never be the case, right? Where it's less or equal to 1 and then we come in here and then it is greater than 1. Doesn't make a lot of sense. The past one could be though. So this here. Past global entity damage modifier. Past global entity damage modifier. Why do I not have access to it? Oh, it's because it's inside this protected execute method. What's up, Ski Socks? How you doing? What am I doing? I am creating Twitch integration for Hytale. Let me show you some stuff that I can do. So we can spawn some dudes in. There's actually quite a few there. 5. They all spawn in the same exact spot. Okay, so we can do that, right? The cool thing is, I made it so that, like, if you try to spawn here, they used to just, like, fall through the mesh, which is not ideal. So now what they'll do is it'll actually try to do it out at the distance that I have dictated, which is 5 blocks. And if it can't, it will just spawn it as close as it can to you, or as far away as it can from you. So for example, right here, it'll still spawn it right up against that wall, right? And if I continue to back up a little bit, it does the same thing against the wall. But if I'm right next to the wall, it will spawn it right next to the wall. So that's pretty nice. Also, we can do fun things like this. Super Mega Chicken! Oh god! It's a super mega chicken. Ah! Okay. That's fun. Very, very fun. We can also, let's see here. We can also make them really tiny, which makes them really hard to hit. Back here, you tiny little bastard. All right, there we go. I also can do a thing where we can do, what is it? Entity, what is it? Entity health? What did I call this? Entity health modifier. I think we just called, I think we can just do like 50F. I think that's right. And so now it's got like a lot more HP. No! He murdered me. That dirty son of a gun. So, yeah. Is that the tiny little chicken down there that murdered me? So that's what we've been able to do so far. So I can also increase their damage. So like a normal chicken. Oh, hold on. When a normal chicken hits you, it does about 20 damage. You can see that he hit me multiple times, right? And I'm down to half. Well, we can do entity damage modifier. I think that's right. Entity damage modifier. I think that's what it's called. Let me try this. We'll do like 100F. And then this little guy. Oh no, that's not right. I've forgotten my own commands, damn it. There it is. That's global. Hold on. I'll just look at the code. What do I call this damn argument? Entity damage modifier. Okay. So let's go back to this. How you doing, Deform? Entity damage modifier, and we put in like a 100F. This will be like a regular undead chicken, but it will do over 100 more damage, or it will do 100 more damage. So yeah, that hurts. That hurts a lot. I didn't mean for there to be 5. Hold on. Haven't been here in a while, dude. I am well. I am well. So we can make a super mega chicken, right? And make him do a lot of damage. Like be like a boss.
Chicken, arise. Arise, chicken, arise.
And then there he is. Big old chicken. And when he hits me. Oh, what? Hold on. Why do you do low damage? Entity damage modifier. Something's messed up in the code. Hold on. Entity damage modifier. Entity damage modifier. Oh, that's right. I removed it from the individual spawns. It's not doing that anymore. It's only updating health and scale. Because to do individual spawns, we're going to have to do something really different in the way that the game does all this. But yeah, it's fun. I like calling in big things. Like, this one's fun. I can do entity health modifier 200F. And it's got a lot more health than it normally has. Oh, enormous. Problem is when you get it, when they're this big, the bounding box gets weird. Like, as you can see, I'm having a hard time even in hitting it right now. Cause it's up there. There it is. Got him. Yeah, that's just a little too big. There's like a certain, you can really only do like a certain scale. Is the route travel time for a round trip or just a one way? I think it's just one way. I'm pretty sure, Gregory. All right. So let's get out of this. So we're trying to work with, oh, actually, maybe I didn't test what I was actually going to test there. It was this business. So if the global entity damage modifier is less than or equal to 1, then we haven't done anything yet. So start the thing. Otherwise, then check on what is happening and add to it. But I couldn't get this inside this function because the past global entity damage modifier is defined inside a protected class. And I don't think I can do this as public. I don't think that will fly, will it? I mean, it looks like it is, but so if the global entity damage modifier is greater than 1, then we've done the thing. Or that we need to, sorry, is less than or equal to 1, then we're going to do this thing. And we're taking in that past global entity damage. That's what's being passed on the actual argument. So that'd be like, we want to set this to 2.0. So 2.0 is greater than 1, so it will do the thing. Right? And it will continue to tick this down. I think that will work. I think this will work. I don't know about this past versus regular. This is going to be a little bit weird. Oh, down here we got to do this too. Decrement the whole thing again. Oh, shit. The past entity amount in this case should be just the global entity damage, I believe. All right, let's try this. This is like a moonshot, but let's see what happens. This should be interesting, chat. Okay. So somebody donates and we set it to, where is it? 1.1x, the modifier. Okay, so like 15 seconds. I hope we'll see some sort of message. I think we were supposed to see something immediately, if memory serves. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. So it went right back to 1.0 right away. Huh. Weird. Okay, so 15 seconds later. It does this, and then this was set to 1. All right, let's try it again. I still have a gigantified spiraling emote that's happening up there for me. So literally, I've just been seeing this on the top of my chat for like an hour. One 1.09, 1.08, 1.07. Perfect. Now, if I run the command again, and let's say somebody does a bigger donation, 2.0. The user added 1. Another, so again, 2.0 is what it would set it to if it were the initial, but because we're adding to it, we have to minus out 1. So 2 becomes 1, we add 1, so the modifier is now 2.05. Oh, interesting. The modifier is now 2.05, but then as it ticks down, it just continues from where it was. Interesting. So that's really interesting that we set so the global entity damage modifier is now 2. Hold on, I feel like we're real close here. Is there no... Okay, so this is the thing, though. I don't know. While this is all running, is there no way to update the variables inside this? So this part's working fine. And then otherwise, like if it's already, the global entity damage modifier is over 1.0, which it would be, right? Then we do this stuff. So we're going to add the past modifier -1, which that math worked fine. And then make it, we call that modifier to add. And then global entity damage modifier would be the global entity damage modifier plus the modifier to add. This global entity damage modifier. Where do I declare this? Is it because it's here and it's like a... Holy crap, man. This is wild. Maybe I just can't do this? Is it just like, this is not a thing that you can do? So, hold on. If somebody passes global entity damage modifier. That comes over in in a float with the command, right? And then we're setting the past amount to what came over with the command. Writing it to the file. And then if global entity damage modifier is less than or equal to 1, which when it defaults to 1.0. So that should trigger this, which will pass through the past global entity damage, which is, again, what came through on the command. So let's say that's 1.1x. So 1.1 greater than 1. So we're going to do this thing. We're going to say the global entity damage modifier is equal to what the past one was, 1.1, minus the decrement, which is 0.01. And that will give us 1.09. And so because 1.09 is greater than 1.0 and not equal to 1.0, we're going to do the else down here, which is to do it again. And this time we're going to send through our global entity damage modifier, which in this case would be a 1.09, and start this again, which would be yep, so 1.09 is greater than 1, and so this ticks down. Global entity damage modifier is equal to 1.09 minus 0.01. So it's going through, it's going through, it's going through. And then somebody puts in another donation. Boom. If that global entity damage modifier is less than 1.0, that's not the case. So we're going to do this stuff down here, which is send a message, get the modifier to add, which is like if they had 1.5x, we're not going to add 1.5x to it. We're going to add 0.5x because we're already over 1. So it's going to add the 0.5. This math works. Right, modifier to add. So we say global entity damage modifier is now equal to global entity damage modifier plus the modifier to add, which is again like the 0.5x. But the thing is, it seems like it's not executing where I want that to execute. So maybe does this I feel like this logic is right. It's just the execution time is wrong, or I'm just not able to do it. We're going to try again real quick. I just want to see what happens. Again, we did a really good thing today, chat, that will allow us to do some really cool stuff. So I can track like any variable now, put that into some someplace local. Well, hold on, no. I guess for a local dedicated server, that's right. But what about online? Ooh. I mean, I could. There's got to be a way to grab it. Interesting. Okay, I got to think about some stuff with that. All right, let's see this. All right, so we're putting the global entity damage modifier to 1.2. So in 15 seconds, it should say that it's down to 1.19. And then every 5 seconds after that, it should go down by 0.01, by 1%. So 1.19 should now be 1.18. Yes, exactly. Then in a few more seconds, it'll be 1.17. Right. So then somebody else donates, and it would be a 1.5x modifier. So basically, we're going to subtract out the 1, and we're going to add 0.5 to what's happening right now. That's the idea, at least. So it's at 1.13, so we should get up to 1.63. And it says that it is, but then when it continues, it doesn't pay any mind to that at all. It just continues normally. And I'm not sure why that is. Because you can see it right here. Modifier to add equals this. This is where we get the 0.5x, right? To add on. The global entity damage modifier is equal to the existing damage modifier plus the modifier to add, which was the 0.5. And then we sent the message, and that was all correct, right? It printed out exactly what we would have expected. But the global entity damage modifier inside this didn't change, even though we set it out here to something else. So why is that the case? Is this because we send this to the world thread? And so we no longer have a reference to this stuff because it's executing on a different thread? Kind of a tricky biscuit. Man, I really thought I had this, and I think that thread business is effing me over. Ah, what a bummer. Again, because we're printing it. We're printing it out here. We print it out when we call it again and again and again and again. I wonder if we could do like a check modifier to add inside this. Like if modifier to add is greater than 0. Like send a message, like a debug. Yeah, that might be the case. That might be the... We might... Again, I don't know. If modifier to add... Maybe this needs to be like set as a var? So, hold on just a second. How the hell? I'm not sure what's going on here, man. So inside this method, we can't get access to that and get it updated. I guess what we could do is maybe we could run a function inside here. That time, every time that it's going through, we're executing it new, like fresh. Hey, bud. I guess modifier to add is equal to it's like a this is a jank ass shit right here, man. Whoa! Hey, bud. Oh, hello. Oh. Hey, buddy. Hello. Aren't you so handsome? Aren't you such a handsome little guy? Everybody wants to see you. Everybody wants to see you, Sammy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a good boy. What a good boy he is. Are you helping me code? Are you helping me code, bud? Thank you. Okay. Here, I'll let you down this way. Here you go. Just got here in time. Got here just in time for some Samson. That's right. That's right. Dude, this is really jank ass. Let's call this oh my God. This is all I want in life. Did I get DC'd? Interesting. I think my game crashed. I heard the game and now it's not running anymore. Very weird. Dumb. It's just like a getter, man. Let's call it what it is. Float modifier is equal to get modifier to add if modifier is... So basically, hold on. So now we have a setter. Yeah, hold on a second. I think I can. I might not be able to do it over here yet because I think I need to refresh it. Hold on, let me try. Let me try refreshing, see what happens. Not there. What about over here? I wonder if, are they only on that channel? But, have a great night, by the way. And it's a nice little emote. Good old Admiral. Dino Crisis 1 and 2 are on Steam? Are they? Hold on a second. You have no idea card. Should be able to use it anywhere, I thought. Okay, well, we'll figure that out. I don't know if it's just because it's new. I tried on both of my prompts here and I couldn't. I refreshed this one. It didn't work either. I mean, you were able to use yours over here, so... But then again, you're subscribed to your own channel. The release date of them is today. Well, there you go. Dino Crisis 1 and 2. Do they... Is it just like the normal? Like, do you play low res or do they give you like some upscale? Some like HD options? and confusion. Did I do this right? Okay, if I did this right, what I'm hoping happens is that every time it goes to do the thing, it is gonna check to see if there's a new modifier to add. And if that modifier is greater than 0, meaning that somebody did an additional donation, and then we need to add to the global modifier, it's gonna grab that, it's gonna add it to what's happening in play, right? And then it will set that modifier to add back to 0, so that we're not doing that more than once, just one time. We're getting it, and then we're setting it back to 0. And then we do this whole thing over and over and over again, so that it should only happen one time. We're referencing what has happened out here, grabbing it one time, doing a thing with it, and then setting it back to 0. That is what I am hoping will happen. Now, whether or not that is what happens, I do not know. All right, let's just give it a shot. At this point, I'm literally just like throwing darts at the dartboard, man. Screenshots look like they're original. Maybe the textures are upscaled. You just bought them both. You loved the first one, never got to play the second one. Dude, the second one was hard to find. Dino Crisis 2? I feel like it's kind of rare. All right. Well, let's see if we effed it up. We probably did. Let's put this at 1.1. 1.1x. So in about 10 or so seconds, we should see a message that says the initial amount is 1.1. 1.1x. Right? There it is. Now it goes, oh, it goes down to 1.09. Sure. Then it did 1.08. And now it's like another person does a donation and it's going to add another 0.5. That's the hope. So it should go up to 1.55. Nope. That did not work. That's weird. What happened there? Huh. It's like once that stuff starts happening, like we can't break out of it, which is a bummer. Yeah, oh, sorry, Voided. I didn't see your message until just now, buddy. Now I'm wondering with this JSON object, if it lives on the dedicated server, how the hell can I get updates locally? I was thinking it's such a win. I'm like, dude, oh, there's so much information that I can dump out into that JSON and then I can use it like in OBS. You know? Like I could put the multiplier on the screen and I could put my health on the screen even. I could have like, oh no, I have low health and so this turns red or something. You know, there's like so much shit that you can do with that. But if it lives on the server, it's not local. It's like, I guess I could... Yeah, I don't know. That is a bit rough. What'd be really cool is if I could create the mod and like have a config, but server mods are local mods in this. They are, but I don't know if it would write the server stuff, if that would write to my local mod. So make a local mod that dumps data to JSON. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the best thing. Absolutely. If I can get it to do that. I mean, it may be the case where it's writing is still just right here on my client still. And if that's the case, I'm super stoked. I want to make a whole mod just for like OBS shit, man. Oh, you're poisoned? Cool background. Oh, you're on fire? Cool background. You got low health? Cool background. There's you know, you can broadcast what the next hype train boss will be at the next level. Level up for the cave Rex. Dude, there's so much shit you can do. It's so f***ing crazy. It's just a matter of time, you know? It's just like time and energy. And it just, I know that this has been probably a rough week for everybody who loves the stream and likes to see me running around like a chicken with my head cut off, fighting things and dying repeatedly and building things with you all. But really, this is it's so necessary to get some of this stuff out so that I can actually utilize these tools so that we can have fun, right? And so that it sustains the channel. Very important. Or there is no channel. If there is no sustenance, there is no channel. You're card braining. Remember, before you get to that, you need to figure out state machine for it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what we'll do with that. And I'm sure, dude, I don't know. Did you see what I've been doing with this? This has been... I just want to fight somebody. Hold on. Let me show you this. Okay, so this is my idea. All right. So when the command is executed, we get an argument that tells us how much the multiplier should be.
Jonathan Coke is firing a 10-second ping pong ball volley. Fire.
No,
Fire.
JC.
Fire.
You dirty son of a... You. And now I'll juggle. No, just kidding. I wish I could juggle. That'd be cool. Multiply those balls. Well, yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too worried about that, ATK. Not yet, at least. But, like, just some basic information would be good. And then I can just kill it or not kill it from my stream deck. It's like, oh, I don't want that. Just hide it. Whatever. It's fine. Okay. So we get the argument. This is the thing that I'm talking about here. This is... We're trying to fix the decrementing problem. when there's an additional donation. The original works fine. The initial works fine. But now we want to add more time to the initial amount, right? So we're saying, oh, instead of decrementing from 1.2 and going 1.19, 1.18, 1.17, we now need to add 0.1 to all of that. So we go 1.29, 1.28, 1.27, right? Because somebody did an additional donation, right? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. And it just comes down one time a minute is the idea, is that it will go down one time a minute after the initial 5-minute or 10-minute period where it's at maximum. And again, I like that idea because it's like it gives everybody like a couple minutes to really utilize the maximum, like get as many things spawned in as they can to do the maximum damage over that period, you know? But okay, that said, we get that argument, okay? And then down here, if that argument is less than hold on. Where is it? Sorry. So if global entity damage is less than or equal to 1, which is the default, it defaults to this. So when you trigger a command, I'm getting a past value, which is like what the target is. But this is the default value. So this should trigger the first time every time. Right? Assuming that there are no shenanigans. And I don't think that there are. Okay? So we've got up here, we're setting it to a default value of 1.0f. So when this first command comes through, it will definitely trigger this case. Right? It then goes into the decrement thing. And that all functions just fine. All this decrement entity damage modifier thing, that works just fine. Right? Now I want to add more time to that process. So this is up here doing its thing. And so what I thought was, oh, all I want to do is basically add to what's being decremented. Right? So if I just add to this global entity damage modifier, which is inside this, not the past one, but the one that it takes here from the past one and the decrement amount, right? If I can get this updated with the additional amount, then it can just carry on. It can just keep doing the thing, right? So if it's at 1.5x and somebody was going to trigger a 2.0 modifier with this donation, they're adding to the base 1.0x. So we're going to add 1.0x to the existing 1.5x modifier. Will give us a 2.5x modifier. And then this just continues to decrement. 2.49, 2.48, 2.47, 2.46. Right? That was my thought. However, I think it might be because this is executing on the world thread that it's like synchronous or something over there, right? Because things on the world thread probably have to be synchronous. Well, no, sorry. Maybe, I mean, this is the thing. Okay, so let me just say this. I set up what I thought were like getters and setters here, which I think is really weird, but I couldn't get out here, the amount that I wanted to modify, this modifier to add amount. I couldn't get that to add. So then I set up these getters and setters inside here, basically saying the first thing that we're going to do is see if there's a new amount to add to our global entity damage modifier, meaning somebody did an additional donation, right? And so then we're going to update the global entity damage modifier with the modifier amount, and then set the modifier out here that triggered all of this back to 0. So that way, this only happens one time with each donation. And then it just continues on. Does that make sense? But there's something that's happening that this amount is not getting updated. So I'm going to write a little command here. I just want to see if, are we even hitting this? So if the modifier is greater than 0, let's just put a little debug in here. Are we there yet? We're going to put that 1, 2, 3. And again, it's kind of weird because I've got this get modifier to add, right? Yeah. And it returns modifier to add. Hold on a second here. Is that the problem? It's a public. It returns a float. Get modifier to add. The float is modifier to add, which is out here. Modifier to add. But it says it's never used. It says it's never used. How can that be the case? These things trigger. So how can this never be used? So we've set it, but it's nothing is ever being done with it. And isn't it though? Up here? Like we are literally getting the modifier right there. Get modifier to add. Get modifier to add. We're setting it to a float called modifier inside this local if else whatever, right? Scope. It is defined in the else, so it ceases to exist outside of the else. But aren't I getting this? Isn't that what the purpose of these is? Unless it's like, hold on, is this a, this is a class, can I do like a this dot modifier to add? Is that what I'm looking for? Is Hytale server programming easier than Minecraft? I've never done it with Minecraft, Mibsy, but I will say it's pretty easy to mod. If I can mod some stuff, anybody can. That's the way I feel about it. And I'll say the entity, what do they call it? Hold on. What's that thing called? This business here. The asset editor. This makes things so easy. It makes this so easy, right? Scope determines when the variable does and does not exist. Okay. So this is the execute method. And I have defined it down here. I want this. And I want it in here. How do I get it there? How can I make this so that I can get it in there? And that's what I thought I was doing with these getters and setters. I did this. I don't know. Let's save this and just, I'm just gonna try this. I don't fucking know, dude. My brain. Yeah, so Mibsy, I've got some fun stuff working already. I'm basically working on Twitch integration, like custom Twitch integration for my channel. And so we can make monsters, we can make, we can scale them up, we can do like multiples, we can change their health, we can change their damage. What I'm working on right now is global damage modifier so that people could like donate and drive up a modify, like the damage modifier, and then slowly it will tick down over time. And we got that part working, but we figured, well, what happens if somebody else donates again and they want to drive it back up? Hytale's great, man. Don't believe all the haters. Like, I've played a lot of Minecraft. I've played a lot of Hytale so far. Hytale, if you give this game a year or two, I think it's going to be way more advanced than Minecraft. And that's going to be largely because of the modding scene. The modding is way easier than Minecraft, from what I understand. But again, I'm getting into the weeds and like some difficult stuff, so maybe I don't feel like it's so easy. So let's see here. Let's set our global damage modifier to 1.1x. Okay, about 15 seconds from now, we should get a message saying it's at 1.09. Okay. And now every 5 seconds, that should go down by 0.01. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add, hopefully, another 10% to that. Nope. We didn't even get inside that loop. That case. It just saw what it was doing and spat that back out at us. So like this stuff down here, the global entity damage modifier, it gave us what was happening. Oops, sorry. The global entity damage modifier down there, it was giving us exactly what was happening inside this. But we never ever hit any of this. The modifier was never 0. So you know what I'm going to do? Let's just add a thing here and have it print the modifier. The modifier amount is... might be not so good. It might return null or something, but we'll see. Also, the reason you get the garbage there is because binary can't store decimals with precision. Right, yeah. I don't worry. I'm not too worried about that because I'm just going to truncate. Whatever. It's like, it's so minimal. That's not going to be I mean, who cares? Like, I'm just going to truncate to two decimal places. Chat's going to be like, oh, you robbed me of my 0.0000001 of a minute. How dare you? Like, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that I robbed you of that. I apologize. That's on me. All right. 15 seconds. Crazy, man. But yeah, I guess you're right with the mods. If they do write locally for me as well as on the server, that's gonna be epic, man. That's gonna be real epic. All right, modifier amount is 0. You see that? The modifier amount is 0. So let's add this. Modifier amount is 0. It's just not doing anything. Okay, so let's talk about this, dude. Help me understand. How do I get access to this float inside this method? The command line to truncate it probably takes longer than the 0.000001 minute to run. Because we are not hitting this case. We're not hitting this case till the very end of that decrement, right? So we should definitely be hitting this case. And we did because it did the printout, right? And the printout was always 0. But the question is why? You don't. You have to define that float at a higher hierarchy level than the place you want to use it. So by hierarchy level, what do you mean by that? Like, I could make it global somehow. Like, if I can make this global and I can access it everywhere and it's just a global variable across the entire mod called modifier, that's cool. I'm cool with that. Think of it this way. If you define a variable inside a set of brackets, it gets garbage collected at the end of it. Right. Okay. So do I just need to define it somewhere else? Like, so when you're saying, like, when you say define, we're talking about, like, declaring it somewhere else? I can set it wherever, right? Declare and initialize to a default value so it doesn't return null if checked before given a value. Okay. So modifier to add. Right here. So I've done this. Private. Is this why? Because it's private. It's in this class. Can I do public? Public float modifier to add. And you're saying that I also need to initialize it too to a default value. So we'll just initialize it to 0. That won't matter as long as being accessed inside the class. Okay. So we have initialized it to 0f. A float of 0. Did I delete my declaration down in that else? I did not yet. No. Is that right? Will this do the thing now? The thing is, now I've got these like I got these getters and setters. I don't need any of this shit. Hold on. Can I just access it normally now? I don't need this. You only need accessors and mutators to access it from outside the class. Okay. So I just need, then this just needs to be modifier to add, right? Whoa. Okay, so basically what we're saying is that if somebody has done an additional donation, okay, if somebody has done an additional donation, we're gonna print out what the modifier amount is. The modifier to add. So we'll do this. Modifier to adds amount is this. If the modifier to add amount is greater than 0, then we're going to do, are we there yet? At that point, we're going to add the modifier to add to the global entity damage modifier and reset that so that we can continue to tick down from a higher number now, like with the additional modifier that we're tacking on. And then down here, we're going to set modifier to add to 0 so that we don't trigger this case again. Does that make sense? I feel like it's so close. I feel like we're so close yet so far away. Okay, let's try this. If this works, I'll be very pleased. If this doesn't work, we throw the computer into the bathtub and we turn on the water. Okay? Can you imagine if I actually did it? Like, go grab it and start throwing it in the bathtub. You dirty mother... Zep is like, I'm writing this down. I'm writing it down. Best feature of Windows is drag and drop. Drag the computer to the window and drop it outside. Perfect. All right, here we go. 1.1x. All right, in a second here, it should tick down to 1.09x. Okay. And then we're going to add another 0.1 to it. Okay, there it is. Modifier to adds amount is 0. Excellent. All right. Let's add 0.1 to this 1.07 and see what happens. Oh, hey, there, it did the thing. Insert weird mouth whistling. It did the thing. Oh, wait, hold on. Is it decrementing twice now, though? Hold on. It looks like it might be working. Oh my God, it's a Christmas miracle. So let's now make sure that it stops too. It doesn't matter, you're infinitely closer. I am infinitely closer. We've done some good stuff today. We got the JSON stuff working and we got this stuff working. And for an idiot who doesn't know anything about anything when it comes to big boy coding like this, you know what? I'm proud of myself. Okay. Voided gave me a clue. And I sniffed it out. And it smelled like... All right. So here it is. 1.02. And again, 1.01. And so we'll add a truncate to that too. And there it is. And that fully stops, right? And now let's try it again. And now we're going to set it to 1.25. Somebody did a $25 dono. Here it comes, $25 dono, boom. It starts at 1.25x, which we actually need to have a message that does that initially, like right away. Boom. Because it ticks down to 1.24, and that might be a little misleading for people. They'll be like, wait a minute, why is it 1.24? It's like, because it's been 1.25 for the last 15 seconds. And he said it smells like bleep. What's up, Insane? How you doing? All right. Well, if this is legit working now, this is great. Now let's see if it's really working. Let's bring up the old window here. So look for the damage, okay? So 1.15 damage, huh? Okay, did 11 damage or 12 damage. Did 11.5 damage. 10 damage. All right, this could still be RNGesus. $10.9. 11.55. Yeah, it's not really going down, is it? Oh, you know what I think is happening? Oh, hold on. It's additive right now. It's additive on the other class. Oops. Hold on. Hold on. Let's go fix that. Let's go fix that. It's not multiplicative. It's additive on the other class. Hold on. Okay. Right here, damage, set amount, damage, get amount, plus this. It's times this. Right? It's times that. Not plus anymore. It's now a we're doing multiplicative. Let me put a thing here. Multiplicative modifier. We could add like a case there, and we could have an additive modifier too. That'd be okay. So you've been lurking in the code walls because I don't understand, LOL. That's okay. You know, if you lurk, I appreciate the lurk first and foremost. Thank you. That means a lot to me while I do this and work through this stuff. And if you continue to lurk, you might learn a thing or two. Who knows? Who knows, man? It could be crazy. There we go. Coding just kind of goes over your head. He's a wizard, Harry. Hold on. Did 0 damage to me, huh? 0 damage, 0? Oh, hold on. Because the default value is 0. The default, now everything is doing no damage to anybody. That's useful though, because I could set like invulnerability. I could set like a blanket immunity, right? For everybody. Nobody gets any damage at all. So, you know, I knew that from the start. Well, look, we can't all be geniuses, okay? Sometimes we just gotta figure it out step by step. Even me, I do 0. Wait, hold on. I'm doing 0 damage to the mob. That's not good. Does that mean my damage is scaling with this other thing? Oh, we gotta sort that out. That's not good. I never tested that. I haven't tested for this. I got some shit to fix. Oops. My damage shouldn't be scaling with the mob's damage. That shouldn't be a thing. All right, so hold on. If global entity damage modifier is greater than, or I should say, is not equal to 0, then do this bit. And hold on just a second. If we gotta make this, we gotta default this to 1.0 somehow. This is gonna be a problem. Modifier to add defaults to 0. The default for global entity damage is 1. 1.0. But I guess it's because we're doing 1.0 times the global entity damage modifier. Wait, why was it 0 then? Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me show you the whole window here. Okay. So we were just doing damage, get amount of damage, times, the global entity damage modifier. What's up, Mega? Which should be, by default, 1.0. So there should be a damage amount, and this is it. This is defined. It's set to 1.0. Right? This is 1.0. And if we go check this up here, it defaults to 1.0. Oh, but that's the ARG. Hold on. So maybe first time through, we got to default this to something. So I guess entity, sorry, global entity damage modifier. I don't know where the hell I'm defining this initially. I have no idea where I'm declaring it initially. I don't think I am. I don't need this now. Which is good, because I don't want to cause any issues anyway. Okay. Let's try it again and see what happens. That was weird, man. That was weird. I'm very afraid. The new version of Better Maps doesn't work and crashes your server even if it's not loaded in. Fun! It's not really better, is it? They should call that mod occasionally better. Occasionally better maps. One time it was a better map. I am not taking damage still? Crawler did 0 damage. What? I do not understand. This wasn't a problem just a little bit ago. What changed? I can't believe it's not better maps. I even just changed it. This is so freaking weird, bruh. Do I have to, is it because it's like, ship it, right? Is it because of how I'm doing this? So I've got this damage.set amount, damage.get amount, and then I'm using this times the global entity damage modifier. Now, before, when this was just a plus sign, it was working just fine. So what the fuck changed? The operand? Like, who cares? Like, does that make a difference? Like, really? Somehow this broke it all? What? Do I need to do this? Dude, I don't know. This is weird. Do I need to break this out and like just assign it to a variable? Anything times 0 is 0. Right, I get that. But like, this should be an amount and this is defaulted to 1.0. So I don't understand. Maybe it's because I don't know, dude. When it's okay, hold on. Just to be clear, if I change that to a plus and I run all of this, will it work again? This doesn't get defaulted because it's based on the player's the mob's damage, right? This is defaulted, but look where it is. It's defaulted out here, and the default is 1.0. Oh, but it's private. That might be a problem. Hold on a second. That might be a problem. Let's try this again with the multiplier. I don't know if that's, maybe it's pulling null or something. I have no idea. I have no fucking clue, dude. I don't understand code. It wouldn't compile if that was the problem. Null reference. Seems very strange. Maybe there's something wrong with just this mob. Let me do an /npc clean confirm. Goodbye. Let's get a brand new crawler void. Does this hit me and hurt me? Nope, it doesn't. That is really weird. So hold on. Let's just quit out. I'm going to go back and I'm going to change this to a plus sign and show you all that should work. I mean, they were just damaging me a moment ago. It's some syntax bullshit, as it always is with Java. See? All I did is change the operand from multiplies to addition. And it works. All right, so let's do something that seems really stupid and unnecessary, but we have to because Java. Or because Hytale, I'm not sure. So... can I even do this? Okay. Yeah, it's probably 0. So look at where you are getting that damage modifier. Is it even the right one? It is. I haven't done anything with that. And I had it working earlier. I was showing off the chicken that did like 100 extra damage. There's no other place for that code to execute. It has to execute there. Seems weird, bro. Nope, 0 damage. So with... This is so strange. With an additive amount, fine. With a multiplicative amount, not fine. Make that make sense. Base damage times global entity damage modifier. This defaults to 1.0. Maybe base damage. What is the damage? Output my operands. I'm not sure what you mean by that. This is hard shit. Log them, print them, whatever. Yeah. Sure. Got it. I tried telling him this both in this chat above and in Discord right now. I gave up. Print out the values before calling that function. Sorry, Voided. I've got you up here now. You're the only thing on my screen on the right-hand side, okay? Let's see. Well, it says the global entity damage modifier is 0. But that doesn't make any sense to me. It defaults to 1.0. And how could that be 0? You could never do this in stream. It's pretty rough, man. I feel like Taffy getting pulled in a lot of different directions, you know? Because I'm not proficient enough to assert my own feelings very confidently. People are able to, you know, suggest a lot of things for me to try, and oftentimes everybody has like a different idea. So it's kind of like, okay, well, what do I go with? What do I do? We do Voided's idea first, usually. I'm super duper close. All of it works except for this. This is now 0 for some reason. Is it because over here we've hold on. So right here, this is why, because we're declaring it, but we're not assigning a value. So this has got to go. There we go. All right. Let's try it again, shall we? Control click on the damage modifier. I did that. I did that before you told me to do it even. How about that? I'm trying to reconnect real quick. All right, let's see. There it is. Look, damage. All right, so you must be lagging. I don't know that I'm lagging. Ignoring both chat and Discord again. No, it's just like it takes me a second to do things. I can't be reading all of this stuff when I'm doing code, you know? It just takes a quick second. All right, so that works. And now, check this out. All right. Oh, I don't like that thing up there. Let's get rid of him. That's that void eye. Annoying. All right, so one dude. And let's set an initial modifier of 1.1x. Okay. Gotta make sure that this is working. I'm so good with chat that you set a high bar for myself. Just kicking me when I'm down. I'm not down. I think I'm almost done, which is pretty epic. So I'm trying to see. Hold on. Looking at just the damage modifier. The damage up there, right? The amount of damage that's being done. So we're at 1.03, 1.02. Let's add 10. There it is. It does the thing. Takes it a second, but it does it. So now we're at 1.10x, 1.09x. And let's see. 11.22 damage. I think it's gonna be kind of hard to tell with this guy that does like little itty bitty baby damage. We got to get some big damage up in here. Like the chicken, the undead chicken does like 20. Does like 21 to 23 damage base. 25. Yeah, so that's definitely adding. 25. 25.23. 22.53. 25.0. I can print that. Yeah. That makes a lot more sense. We're kind of just vibing it right now, but it does look like it's working. Yeah, that's great. That's really great. Okay, hold on. Let's exit out of here. And I'll go to where that printout happens. Let's see. Should be over here, right? So-and-so did such damage to player. Damage dealt. Did base damage of base damage. And did with a multiplier of global entity damage modifier totaling such and such damage to this person or whatever. So the interesting thing was when I was hitting, it was also like my damage was also tied to this global entity damage modifier. So we got to make sure that the damage amount it's just for the monsters. We gotta make sure it's just for the monsters somehow. Not sure how you can determine if something is a monster or a player. I guess you could do like if there's like a damage.getSource instance of. Basically, I need to add a big if clause in here or if statement in here to say like if damage.getSource is not a player somehow. Yeah, we'll see about that in a minute. Let's just get this part working first. Apparently switching tabs with the stream on mute entirely pauses it now. Thanks, Twitch. Yeah, they want you to get an ad. They want you to have that ad. So you hit play and you get served an ad if it's been a long time. Good old Twitch. Gotta love them. Do return random.getRandom 0.5. That's how you check if it's a player or NPC. Yeah, just check. Just do a random roll. Let's see. Okay, hold on. So again, 21 to 23-ish damage. There it is. Undead Chicken did base damage 21 with a multiplier of 1.0, totaling 21 blah 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 damage to the whatever. Okay. Here, I'll even pull this down so you guys can see it. So it's not behind my plate here. Okay. Okay, so that's that. So let's give it 10% extra. There it is. Wait, hold on. It doesn't do it like right away. Hold on. It doesn't happen until after. There it is. It doesn't happen until the first tick. Interesting. Well, that's a bug. But the base and the multiplier are working. That's good. Okay, hold on. So let's go out.
Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it.
That's what this is, right? Like all of it. It's just fix it. The whole damn thing. All right. So in the global damage thing, if the past global entity damage modifier is greater than 1.0F. So how does that work? So why is it only updating that one after the first tick? Hold on. I need a 10-hour loop of that. That's basically what each stream is these days, dude. There we go. So this is where this happens, right? So the modifier's not being applied until I mean, where does that even happen? Holy shit. Huh. I guess we just never do it? Like, what happened? What happened there? We never do like an initial set? So this doesn't happen until the initial amount of delay in seconds. So we need to do something like before that to set this to whatever we're sending across. Which is just setting that variable. Does that break everything though? This is going to be a problem. On the second pass, it'll be a problem. Okay. I hope this works. Let's just put in some debug stuff. Okay. Let's see if this works. This will be a fun little feature. A real pain in the ass to have implemented it, but I think this will be really fun for people to play with. Especially if I can get a nice display on the screen too. Okay, you ready? Let's pull this up again. And do this. Okay. 21 damage. 23.9 damage. All at 1.0, right? So let's do this. This should give us a, this is an initial. Huh. It didn't. Well, that's not good. Let's try adding to this. Well, the adding and the decrementing is working great. Now I just got to make sure that we're setting the initial amount correctly. It's really weird. So if the modifier to add, let's do greater than 0 maybe. Or is equal to 0. That'd be better. If the modifier to add is equal to 0. But maybe the modifier to add is yeah, there it is, 0F. Okay, let's try again. Try again. We're actually really close to getting this, like, at least okay to try. Okay to try on the server. By the way, chat, I want to let you know this Sunday, I am only doing a half stream. So I'll be done at 6 on Sunday, just as a heads up. We've been going ham on these streams, bro. I'm live more than I'm asleep. Yeah, it didn't. Oh, this is an initial donation. There it is. 1.1. Yes. Okay, now. $1.09. 1.08. Let's add another 10%. Oh, this is an initial donation. Why does that keep... We need to get rid of that somehow. There we go. 1.15. Okay, that is the damage modifier in there. Okay. I'm a little confused as to what's going on, but it is working as expected, kind of. Just this thing is printing out more often than I thought it would. Modifier to adds amount is 0, but it's still saying this is an initial donation. Multiplier is 1.06. That is what the log says as well. All seems to be well there. Let's add another 10%. There it is. 1.14. 1.12. Yeah, I mean, that's not terrible. Could it be that this bit up here, the modifier to add, if it equals 0F, it keeps saying this is an additional donation because it gets set to 0 after doing this. That's why. So if it's 0 for the first time, it will do it, but then it's going to wait, hold on a second. Modifier to add. Oh, yeah, it is 0 because it's an initial donation. There's nothing to add. So when this comes across and this executes, this will trigger. I think this is right, guys. I'm pretty sure that's right. Now, I wonder if you can get like webhooks. Get webhooks or send web sockets. That'd be pretty sweet. So we're setting that right away. So should we do this outside of the loop though for when we add? Because otherwise we're going to have to wait for a whole cycle before an added amount gets updated. Sorry, and it should be really this. So it's if the modifier to add is 0, that means this is the first time that there's been a donation, right? Because we're not adding a modifier, there's none. So we're just going to go ahead and set the value. We're initializing the multiplier, right? And then down here, we're adding the modifier to add to the existing amount. And this is like a scenario where if it's a first time, we're adding 0, so there's no effect. But if it's a second time, then it adds it right away so that it can take effect. And then this, I think we get rid of this here. And we just say, if there was a modifier to add, now we set it to 0. So that we don't do it again. I think that will work. So you don't have to do everything through commands? What do you mean, everything through commands? I mean, it's Java, you absolutely can. The question is, can you do so securely? And how much time are you going to spend learning? I mean, sure. I mean, it makes sense. So for the WebSocket and the webhooks, yeah. Right, yeah, I was following you. I was picking up what you're putting down. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, like, obviously, if we're playing together, I have to put that information somewhere in the mod. And, like, how do I keep that secure from you guys? So you don't get my local IP. You know what I mean? And I don't know that that's a thing that I can do. Okay. All right, McChicken, let's go. All right, here we go. Here we go. Keep an eye on the log. We're going to set it to a 1.1 modifier. Already doing 1.1 modifier damage. Excellent. No delay. But there is a delay on it decrementing, which is great. Yep, so it's decrementing correctly. Now let's add another 10%. It should be like 1.19 right away. And it is not. 1.06. Oh, it didn't add now. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, we done fucked it up, chat. Okay, let's go back. We're real close, man. We're real close. Okay. So I think we gotta move this back. Which was down here. Right? Yeah. I mean, I can't tell whether or not I'm going to need to do that until the next tick. So I think it is what it is. So let's do an initial delay of... Let's do an initial delay of 10 seconds. We'll decrease that a little bit. And, we can get rid of that debug. So the thing is, all of this right here, this whole thing, this all needs to be put into like a separate function that's called every time that decrements. Because if it stops, right, when we resume, we need to look to see if there's a value out there for this in this JSON, and then load that at startup. Right? That was the whole point of the JSON stuff, was so that if we get a disconnect or a server has to restart, that the value is saved somewhere and we can continue our, countdown. Which is easy enough, because all we got to do is just run the command. Just run the command on startup with the value that we pull out of the load. Right? Now, how do I do that? I don't know, but we're going to figure it out. We'll figure it out. So this all needs to be in a function. How do I want to do this? Security through obscurity. The damage modifier reminds you of your kidney stone. Passed. Excellent. I'm very happy for you. As somebody who has also had a kidney stone. Rough. It's pretty rough pain. Depending on how big it is, it can be pretty rough. Mine sucked, dude. I was in the middle of a run of a very physically demanding show. In between week 2 and week 3 of the performances. And I was in my office and my boss was like, "Are you okay?" Because I was like in a cold sweat because I was in so much pain. I do drink a lot of soda. It's zero though, and it's not diet. Diet will definitely do that for kidney stones. The zero, not as much. It still can, but not nearly as much as diet for whatever reason. But yeah, that was the problem back then, is I was drinking way too much diet soda. Collecting all the stones, gotta catch them all, or something like that. There's a particular roller coaster at Disney or something that has a very high rate of people passing stones on the ride. So this is like a thing, like people are like, do you have a kidney stone? This is the place to go. You're trying to get it out of your system. You just got to pee yourself on the ride. No big deal. Like, what? Hold on just a minute. I don't freaking know. What am I gonna do with this? Hold on. Can I do that? File. Hold on. Public wait. I'm very confused. Oh yeah, JSON element. Appendable writer. Or just a writer. Is the Hytale integration dev community like a hostile first to get it arms race, or is it more collaborative? It depends on the circles. Some people are keeping shit real close to their chests. Some people are really collaborative. It's more like on an individual basis. Are we returning anything? I don't think we're returning anything. We're just writing it. So I don't think we, right? Yeah, dude, it's moving so fast. There's some crazy shit out there already. People are nuts. I hope one day to be nearly as skilled as some of these people. Dude, there are like 16 and 17-year-olds out there that are just like insane. Like insane coders. Like, bro, holy shit. The leg up is insane, you know? Is this not right? I guess we're... Before I F this all up. Too late. AI. I saw a message in the Hytale Discord saying they will not allow projects to be posted that are more than 50% AI. Oh, geez. Well, the big thing is, I think the AI thing is like for assets, that's abhorrent. I don't want to ever do that. Like making like graphic assets with AI, sound effects and stuff with AI. I just think that's really terrible to the artists that actually make that stuff. And who have been mass harvested against their will to achieve the results that these AI models get. It's pretty rugged. I know that my personal, you know, condemnation isn't going to change anything, but yeah, pretty rough. Well, let's move this. I'm like declaring this inside another function and it doesn't like it. File is already defined in the scope. Because we're now setting it again. So just file equals, I mean, we already have a file. Hold on. Maybe we just don't need that, eh? Programming is an art. I mean, yeah. I think it takes some great skill. I think the big thing with programming is that the design component is the part that's interesting and can be very, you know, I think that there's like an art to that part of it. Like coming up with the design for your project and how you're going to inherit and how you're going to do, you know, how you're going to set up all your classes and where you're getting things from. That's the really interesting part. You personally feel like if the training data for the generative model was paid for, I don't give as much of a damn. But if it wasn't, then that's theft. Yeah. And that's a problem. I don't know of any models that are like ethically, you know, like, hey, we paid all these artists for their artwork. And I don't know any of them that do that. All they do is like, oh, we got caught with our hand in the cookie jar, so we had to redact or remove some artwork that, you know, we trained on previously. You know what I mean? It's plagiarism for both art and programming. I mean, yes and no. For programming, I can see like when you write a JSON, they're like there are very basic ways to do this, and there's not a lot of permutations. You know what I mean? So that like something like that is a little less so, but when you look at the scope of a project, then yes, absolutely. You know what I mean? For the non-artist, they would say the same for art. I mean, maybe. Like if I draw a stick man, is that, you know what I mean? Like for you, like setting up the function that I'm working on right now is like drawing a stick man, right? That's like the artistic equivalent of drawing a stick man. And so for you, like, I think these are like, can you really plagiarize that? Like a stick man? Like, I just copied your art. It's a circle and it's got a vertical line below it. And then it bifurcates into two 45-degree angle vertical-ish lines, diagonal lines. Right? There are only so many ways to make a line. Exactly. So it's kind of the same thing where it's like really the simple stuff. I don't think you could say that's plagiarism. But when you look at like project scope and people are like pumping out games with like, hey, AI, make me a game where I'm a fighter jet and I get to shoot floating heads of my least favorite political person. Generating game. Here you go. And then you're in it. Like, and it's like all that code has just been like whipped up from the nether. It's just insane. So crazy. Okay, so I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. So we've got this write JSON function. String path JSON element data. Yes. But this is the data right here. So we need a key. I don't friggin' know. I can just drop it in there. All gross and unencapsulated. Since when is that news? You not knowing what the F? Art, programming, writing, generative AI is theft if the training data wasn't paid for. It doesn't matter. There's only so many ways to do it. This one's mine, right? None of this matters. You'll never stop it. Exactly. There's nothing that will stop it. Nothing. That cart, that horse has left the stable. Best models will always be the ones that just steal everything from everyone. Millions are going to lose their jobs. It's crazy. You know what I mean? And that's really what it comes down to. You know what I mean? That's really where it's going to be. But, I mean, ATK is right on that last point. But I understand your concerns, and I think they're real ones. And I think we're going to have to very rapidly respond to whatever happens with this. Whether it's a good thing for humanity or not remains to be seen. Might be good for some people. I hope it's good for most. But we generally know how that goes. You've worked with plenty of people that just want assets as cheap as possible. Didn't matter where the art came from. For them, they don't see any real value in it. Yeah, that's dumb. Fuck those people. It sucks because 90% of that is right. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. And I think we were going to have a lot of societal questions to answer with that. Okay. Holy fuck, dude. Because I didn't bring this in. So I'm actually going to, maybe I'll just do this directly and say write global entity damage modifier, because it's kind of... Write global entity damage modifier. Or, oh, hold on. Write card commands JSON. Right. Data.put this thing right here. So we need like a key and a value, or maybe we pass in a map. We pass in the map and go through all of them. We've got this data hash map down here. That's the thing. So here's the question. When I do this, we need to get this again, because this is going to be old news, right? Like, this shit's going to be real old news. So we need to get the most current and up-to-date version of this, which is going to be this one. Global entity damage modifier, because that's the one that gets added to, right? What about that guy, Andrew? What was his name? Andrew Yang. He was a big guy. He was a big guy for that particular policy. Telling people what to vote for. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Next time there's a vote in chat, you're just going to scream politics. There's voting! That's political. No politics. So this is like we are setting the initial one. Right? We set the initial one. And this is tricky because the past one, dude, hold on. Basically, I just need a bunch of these functions, right? This might be better off in like a utils. More functions! JSON utils. One of these days is gonna work. Eventually. You see a try catch. You do. What's up, Gan? No, seriously, please use more functions. Trying to follow all of this code hurts. Hey, one step at a time, okay? One step at a time. Gan, how we doing, man? So, Gan, how's the new gig? JSON utils should be a monopoly property. Yeah, it should be right next to Boardwalk. It should be right next to Boardwalk. What do you think is like some of the most used code? Like stuff that you use for almost everything and you're just like, oh god, not this shit again. Gotta pull this in. Gotta pull this in because I need this, you know, this package or these libs. Int, nice. Dude, so overrated. Only noobs use int, okay? Write it nice or write it twice. We're gonna be writing it twice. You're waiting for security clearance. Dude, that's crazy. Crazy gig. I hope it goes well, man. That's awesome. Everyone just vibe codes now. No one knows anything. True story. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm just vibe coding. Just kidding. Gonna be working for Raytheon. That's pretty sweet. Well, Gan, you'll find yourself in good company. One of Voided's relatives works for a competitor. We'll just put it that way. Walmart. Yes. Yes, everybody knows Raytheon's weak spot. Walmart. It's cool. They're just making railgun technology. No big deal. Oh, wait, they abandoned that, didn't they? I thought they were making like a naval platform, like railgun platform for the Navy, is what I thought. I thought it was for like the DDG 1000 actually, which one of those was made up here in Maine. The Zoom Vault, which I don't know if you heard about, its maiden voyage. It was pretty great. It left Bath, Maine, and on its maiden voyage to Newport News, Virginia, it broke down and it needed to be towed into the port. Really great. Good job. Bath Iron Works. Great job. Ah, yes. They join a long history of rugged and dependable Maine shipbuilders. That's right. That's what they get for picking up half the parts at Hannaford's. Friggin' Hannaford's guy. You get that out of the friggin' grocery section. What is this? Get out of the veggies. All right. I don't know what the hell this is about. Fuck, dude. It's shop and save. In some places, it's still, dude. Did you know like there are actually still some shop and saves around? Down here, it would be the Piggly Wiggly. That's just funny. That's just funny sounded. All right, you know what I'm gonna do, chat? Hold on. See that? All this bullshit that we were doing? We're going back. Yeah. So the hard-coded path, GAN, it was so that we could test. Because I hadn't done any of this before. So I want to make sure I was getting it right. It works now. Again, guys, it's work in progress, okay? Code is mutable. Just because it looks like this now doesn't mean this is what it's going to look like forever. Voided says, I see you're new here. You, dude. If it works, make it a constant. You know what? What if somebody else wants to use my beloved and amazing mod? That has all these very extremely specific things that nobody else uses or knows about. What about that? What about them? Are we really gonna just hose them over? Okay. Making it a constant is for you, not other people. Well, if I'm making this the constant, sure. I was just saying, like, if I put in like a path, like string path, that's probably more what you would do if you were making this available to everybody, right? Just easy to check and update later if need be. Sure, yeah. It's mutable like the creatures in Fallout are muties. All right, hold on. Let's just make sure that I didn't, like, fuck shit up real bad and break it again. Saving. Magical strings are awful. What do you mean by magic strings? If your code is short, it's okay, but generally you put all that at the top. Right. Useful for when the code gets really long. Voided knows. Voided knows what's up. I'm sure he does. That doesn't help me though, okay? This isn't the Raytheon programming interview. Okay, hold on. No, not that. No, 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 no. Holy shit, man. There we go. All right, so this way you can see the log of the damage. We'll even do this so it's nice and big for you, okay? Nice and big. All right. Let's see. So first thing that we're going to do is let's go ahead and set our damage modifier. We'll spawn in a little dude here. Okay. Undead Chicken did base damage of 24.69 with a multiplier of 1.1, totaling 27.16 damage. Cool. And that ticks down slowly. We're at 1.09. Round and round she goes. Where she stops, nobody knows. What is this? What on earth is this? Some say he is still running in circles to this very day. I don't know, dude. I did something. Now he's just running in a circle forever. It's pretty funny. All right, let's put that modifier back on, or add 10%. Here we go. There it is. 1.12. Let's add another. It should go up to something good. Here, excuse me, sir. He has important chicken things to do. Okay, dude, he's just busted. Oh, there it is. He finally recognized it at the last moment. Okay, cool. All right, that's that. But hey, just so you know, we can do this still too. Check this out. That's a big chicken. That's a big chicken, baby. Can you increase the size of the circle he moves around at? Make some chicken races, LOL. Dude, I don't even know what caused him to just go around and round and round and round and round. It was crazy. Very weird. I even dropped out of God mode again. Like went into God mode and dropped out of God mode again and like ran around a little bit. And he still was just going in circles. I had to hit him like 3 times and he's like, oh yeah, I should be doing something else. My goodness. All right. Very cool. So that kind of works now, chat. We just got to do the JSON stuff. The JSON stuff so that it's updating the JSON regularly. And then again, if I run this on the actual main server and it does it locally, the mod does it locally, that would be pretty cool. But I don't know if it will. So better stop talking to me then. That's it. Terrible references for Gan the Grey. We all know the Russians have kompromat on you. Don't lie. We all know what you were doing in that brothel in Dresden. Okay? None of us want to talk about it, but we all know. Okay? So does the neighborhood. The neighborhood definitely knew. All right, let's get the show on the road. Thank you very much, guys, for being awesome and for helping me out with code and for getting me to a place where things are actually good. I'm actually gonna commit 28 warnings. Commit anyway. Commit anyway, damn it. If anyone asks, I was never here. Tiefer! Thank you very much for the follow. I've thought for a while you should be committed. The hell. Okay, that's that. We are done. We are done with that for the evening. We are done with stream for the evening. Thank you very much, guys. I am not running credits. Why? Because it's 12:20, bro. Okay. We're just gonna go raid somebody cool. Let me find somebody nifty. Give me just a moment. Again, Tiefer, thanks for the follow, man. Bugs? I had bugs once. The bugs made me crazy. Did they make you crazy? All right. Do the thing. Kirkies, you too, man. I'm hoping that we can wrap up some of this stuff tomorrow, and then on Saturday, I can actually implement a lot of these things that we've been talking about, and we can actually use it on the subserver. That's my hope. So one more day, and then we'll try it for Saturday and Sunday on the subserver. And maybe I can hook up some cool stuff. Now, since we're doing all like this coding-centric stuff, why don't we go raid Boom? We're gonna raid Boom. All right, thank you very much for sticking around to the very end, chat. If you're still here after all this time, I have 350 raffle tokens, and now it is time to raid. So let's freaking go!